seems like a good idea after you've had a few. Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, stuff.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, we now know what it looks like. Can we maneuver it and get to the playoffs? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man! Mike Bell, the anticipation of the schedule dropping last night, it was like Christmas. We knew we had seen a few of the gifts opened early,
right.
But the entire package was delivered, and we must discuss. Now, the big thing I think a lot of people are saying is, we ain't got no primetime games. Guys, we don't deserve any primetime games. We haven't been in the playoffs in 5 years. We have barely been 500 for the last few years. Now, that's not solely on Arthur Smith, but it's where the organization has been. So this idea that we deserve some respect and some primetime games, Mike Bell, that is earned.
Right. Now, ESPN had us at under 8 wins this year, so we're going to be 7-10 again, according to these guys. $223 million in life of contracts that were doled out in free agency by this team. Improvements where we needed to improve. But again, I understand, and I talked and I went back and forth with a couple of listeners today. Carl is put them up. C Dukes on Mike Bell, ATL. Follow us and watch us on Twitch and YouTube as well. But I said, look, I still think this team is going to be about 9 wins, maybe 10. Everyone says the reason ESPN says what they're saying is they don't believe in Desmond Ridder either. And in essence, Desmond Ridder is just as much of a rookie as Bryce Young would be up in Carolina or anybody other rookie quarterbacks we're going to face this year.
Yeah, and I get that because, again, the sample space, we've been saying this for months now. It's very small. But I do think, and I hope you feel the same way, that there's a much more positive outlook on this football team than there has been in the previous years. And, you know, no fault of Matt. It was what it was, but we're not rolling that out again, right? There's some new energy to this, and I'm hoping that's going to help us. No Thursday night games. Again, okay, I'm fine with that. 4 out of the first 6 games at home. We have to take advantage of this, and Mike and I are going to break down the schedule as we move through the show, and we'll give you our projections coming up here a little bit later. We're also going to include Bo, Big Bo behind the glass, our engineer. We're going to get your thoughts, and Turtle as we give you what we think should play out before the season rolls around. Mike, I do love the bye week, though. We were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah, man, the bye week, and when you play one of the London games, the NFL gives you a choice. You can take the bye there, but that's way too early. So, again, teams that play in London, or in Germany in this case this year, you get to choose your bye week. So the Falcons take the game with the Texans with a few extra, with jet lag and everything else after that one in London, and then they'll take it in week 11, which I like. I think to me that's the perfect sort of point, Carl, 3/4 of the way through your season.
All right, and then the game in London, as you mentioned. So, listen, the schedule for us is pretty simple. 1 o'clock games throughout the course of the schedule, right, until we have, I think, the West Coast game or at the Cardinals, which is considered obviously West Coast. That's a 4:05 start. Outside of that, in London, 1 o'clock games. But how do we maneuver this schedule? And in years past, we've talked about, 4 games being a quarter of the season, right? 4 quarters, right? Add that 5th game or that additional game at the end of the season. So we're still going to break it down. So you're talking about Panthers, Packers, at Lions, at Jags. That's the first quarter. That's 4 games. Texans, Commanders, at Buccaneers, at Titans. That's the next 4. Then you get Vikings at Cards, the bye week, which obviously doesn't count for us, Saints at Jets, and you look at that as the next 4, and then you finish up with those 5 games, Mike. Buccaneers at Panthers, Colts at home, at Bears, at Saints. And that's how you have to look at this. You can't go, and we will do this. We'll give you our wins and losses. But, Mike, How do we maneuver this so that we are in that 9 to 10 win or maybe 11 win position?
Desmond Ritter's got to be good. Desmond Ritter can't suck. We got running backs that are great. We got wide receivers. Now again, we've got a wide receiver / tight end wide receiver that is pretty dynamic. It's all about, look, we'll go as far as Desmond Ritter does. And if Desmond Ritter can't handle this, then it's going to be Taylor Heineke.
No!
Well, that's why I say, you say 8 under, a lot of the experts, they might not get. Well, I'll tell you what, Heineke had less in D.C. and actually showed some poise at times. And I'm like, no one's excited about the backup in this case, but that might be an option too. I don't think you build your season or your expectations around seeing Taylor Heineke out there, but if you had to, you could be a lot worse if you had to go the backup.
All right, 404-726, new phone number, guys, 0929. All right, 404-726-0929. You can also text us, Solomon Brothers Diamond text line, and let us know what you're thinking. As far as these teams that do have the most primetime games, this is simple, and I hope we grow into this, but we're not there yet. It's star power. And it's brand names, okay?
It's our quarterbacks, too.
That's the key, Mike. I mean, when you talk about what's going to get us there, it's a Bijan Robinson. It's a pitch showing out. It's a Drake London. It is a Desmond Ritter playing well and winning. And if we do those things, as we continue to progress and build, the schedule will become ours just like it has other teams in the past. It's not about market size, Atlanta getting disrespected. This is simply about, Mike, who does the country want to watch?
Now, in the case of some of the networks, they don't think about us. For whatever reason, we're just a bunch of bumpkins down here in the South. So that's part of it. ESPN, Carl, it's Boston, it's New York, Cowboys, LeBron, rinse, repeat. But other than that, we got to earn it. Nothing is given to you. When it was Mike Vick, we were on all the time. We were the show. We had TV commercials, Nike, we had everything. It was all about that. So you got to be excited. If you're excited, you get more games. And if we get excited, then they're going to flex us into these games.
Yeah. I just believe that once we get there, we'll get the respect we deserve. But that's kind of where we are. All right. With that said, we got a lot more to get to. Braves start a series tonight. We'll talk some NBA playoffs as well. Atlanta United taking on Charlotte FC at home on Saturday. As Mike mentioned, a special guest going to stop by in the 4 o'clock hour. And we are also scheduled to talk to Gonzalo Pineda coming up next hour sometime. But, guys, it is all about football, the schedule, and what this means for you as a Falcons fan. This is the thing I'm curious about, Mike. Now that the draft is done, now that free agency is done, and now that the schedule's done, how excited are you? Where's your excitement level right now? Has it increased from at the end of the season where we went, well, we got some promising things, to is it an 8 or 9? Like, where's your excitement level now that we have all these pieces and they're done?
Yeah, I'm trying to get excited about Ritter. If it was Derek Carr, would I be more excited if that was our quarterback? Well, that would have taken away some of the money from some of the things we did on defense. And I got to be honest, that doesn't really make many people fired up either. It's just I'm not like lukewarm. I'm excited, but I just don't know. And look, this is where the reality check is Herm Edwards told us, and we just said it. You just don't know what your QB is going to be. If he played, say, 2 or 3 more games and pulled some stuff out of us, took us and did some real magical stuff, okay, then I could say, all right, I'm ready to roll. But yeah, it's still a big X factor. So I don't want to spoil the bit because we're going to tell you how much we're going to go for wins and overs and unders. But I think we're in the wild card. Put it that way.
All right.
I think we're sniffing the wild card, maybe in the wild card.
And the Ritter part, by the way, that Ritter piece is a big piece. Okay, if you're putting this puzzle together and you're going, "Where's my excitement?" I'm off the charts excited for you guys and for me to see Bijan Robinson up close and personal. I just am. I think he's going to be something to see. I do think Kyle Pitts healthy is going to be so much better. Drake London showed flashes last year. My excitement level is certainly higher than it was even last year. I'll be honest with you guys. I wasn't excited for Marcus Mariota. None. It didn't do nothing for me. But I knew that Arthur Smith believed it gave us the best chance to win. And so, therefore, we got behind it and we tried to support it. But it didn't do anything for me, Mike. I'm more excited about an unproven 4 games of Desmond Ritter than I am right now than I was last year knowing we had Marcus Mariota under quarterback.
Because I told you last July, Marcus Mariota's a bum. You know what the ceiling is with this guy. He's a journeyman at this stage, and it's an unknown entity, an unknown quantity. I don't know what Ritter. I think I know what Ritter can be. And look, here's the thing: if Ritter balls out, if Ritter takes it to another level, and everything we've talked about that Arthur Smith's offense is going to be happens, well then everybody's going to be on board, and all the doubters and all that. And we're keeping the receipts, by the way. But I don't blame people for being on the fence right now because 4 games is not enough to know what you got.
All right, guys, schedule's out. Want to know what you think? 404-726-0929. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, see Dukes in this radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. Make sure you follow us on social media and on Twitch. You can watch the show at ATL 929 The Game and on YouTube at 929 The Game as well, guys. Plenty of ways to get at us. Talk to us about what you guys think. Mike had mentioned this the other day. From a percentage standpoint, it's the easiest schedule. When you look at it, it doesn't look easy to me, and I still see some L's on here where I go, I'm not sure what's going to happen. But with that said, percentage-wise, Mike, I get why they thought this might be the easiest schedule based on what the teams did last season.
And the same goes for the Saints. So that's the thing, guys. That last week of the season against the Saints, who knows? It might be the division. Division could be on the line if we do our job and they do their job, because the Saints have got the second easiest schedule because we're all playing each other in this crappy division, which gets no respect. I was watching Good Morning Football. They're like, oh, worst division. And, oh, someone's got to win. And that's until we change the narrative, that's the way it goes. But rookie quarterbacks, backup quarterbacks, Justin Fields, scary game. Chicago could be like gazillion below zero at Soldier Field.
Late in the year.
That's one of those games where who really wants it more.
Yeah, but that is true, Mike. And even the Jets game late.
Right, could be a funky weather and everything else. See, if we're doing our job, that game becomes a 4:00 game, national TV.
Totally agree.
If Aaron Rodgers and Jets and all that stuff.
December 3rd, that's a 1:00 game right now. If we're handling our business, Mike's right. If the Jets are good, too.
Right, they got to do their job.
I mean, if they're not any good, then they're not going to flex that game either. All right, guys, we're coming back. We got plenty more to get to. Snit today was on the Steakhouse. We're going to let you hear that coming up later in the show. But what is he going to do about this rotation? We'll let you hear what he said next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This one is the Red Stallions.
Lord have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The
'0929. Lots of guys hitting us up saying, I like the way the schedule played out. Obviously, you'd have no control over it, but, if you're talking about how maneuverable this schedule is, because, again, I don't think the Bucs are going to be that good. There are some teams on here that I don't know what they're going to be. And, the Cardinals are one of those teams. When we play the Cardinals November 12th, I don't know if Kyler Murray's back, Mike.
See, there, I was just gonna say that is week 10. So he's projected mid-season, right? So that could be or maybe not. And that's a big difference, right? As far as Colt McCoy or Kyler Murray, if we're honest.
Yeah.
So, but that's look, in Tennessee, is Tannehill going to be giving way to Will Levis? This is what makes it really compelling. And and by the way, what if our defense gets off and we're fire breathers? What if that defensive line, all the guys we added, what if Calais Campbell's still got something left in the tank and they're paying him like he does, right? What if that defense just does things we haven't seen done in years for this organization?
Let's hope that's the case, man.
Right.
You guys can continue to hit us up. Big Bo behind the glass, our engineer. Turtle, our executive producer. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Headlines brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Christmas Day, I'm excited for too. I went through and started doing all my planning and scheduling and, we'll be busy this day and, I'm not available here based on both college and pro now. And Mike, the thing is, I'm looking at Christmas Day and I'm like, I've never gotten up on a Christmas Day and had the opportunity to watch 3 NFL games and enjoy Christmas. 1 o'clock game, Raiders at Chiefs, 4:30, Giants at Eagles, 8:20, Ravens at 49ers. No one call me. Don't text me. I'm opening gifts. I'm eating, and I'm watching football.
Now, I hope my in-laws aren't listening up in Pennsylvania. They live in the middle of Pennsylvania Dutch farm country. There literally is nothing to do. Nothing. Maybe a deer wanders in the cornfields, just nothing.
So now, hypothetically, I could actually, because my father-in-law, you want some brown liquor? It's like 9 a.m.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mimosa?
Yeah.
What? So anyway, now to your point, boring, awkward holidays are now fun because you don't have to even talk to the relatives. You just lock on the TV, man.
Thanksgiving is great, but just think, now you get to roll out of the bed on Friday, Black Friday, and you've got football too. I'm talking about the NFL. This is where the NFL dominates, and they did, again, releasing the schedule last night. As far as the Falcons are concerned, guys, we've known we were going to open up with Carolina. We're just highlighting a few of the things that we now know about this schedule. Packers come in here, the second game of the season. That's September 17th. Mike, I also think we're going to get when the Colts come, not the Colts, but the who am I? Oh, the Texans with C.J. Stroud. Because I think people want to see these young and up-and-coming draft picks. We get to see Bryce now twice a year, but we won't see the Texans for a while. And C.J. Stroud comes in. He will be the starter, guys. That's in October. So I'm curious to see, what the response is going to be as these games play out. Meanwhile, Brian Snicker came on the Steakhouse today. You have been very concerned about what they're going to do with this rotation and this staff now moving forward. Snicker said right now, where they are, everybody's got to do their job.
It's literally going to be how we get there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, you have 2 games to play before Sunday. So we'll just see where we're at come Sunday. I mean, it could be internal. I mean, we have 40 guys on our roster and a lot more in the system. And anybody that's got that Braves on the front of their jersey are going to be, susceptible to coming up here and helping out.
So all hands on deck. He's not ruling out more bullpen starts potentially. He's not ruling out some of the other guys, whether it be Dodd or Schuster. Whomever, Mike. It's whomever he hands the ball to, you've got to step your game up.
You said anybody's wearing a jersey with a Brave on the front. Yeah, Atlanta on the front. You're out there. So he's handled it. Here's the one thing, though. Snicker has basically had to deal with one version of this or another forever, as long as he's been skipper. It just hasn't been as acute as your two best or two of your three best pitchers, because Strider would be probably right up there with Fried. But it's amazing how a 20-win season just means nothing in today's analytics and metrics. But Kyle Wright's big, so he'll have to work and pivot. And he's not going to say if the young guys can't do the job, then the general manager's got to get me some new guys. But that's what's going to happen.
Eventually. Tonight, we'll see what Strider does as they start a series against Toronto. Toronto's a good club too, guys. Lots of young studs. It should be an entertaining series. Hopefully we can go and win another series. NBA playoffs continues, guys. Boston last night, I thought they took the soul of the Sixers with a closeout game at home, a chance to finish this thing up. And fighting back only to lose, Mike, 95-86. We talked about Embiid not demanding the ball. We've talked about whether, how much blame is going to fall on Harden. What about Doc Rivers? Because if they lose this series, everybody's pointing the finger where?
Yeah, and here's the deal with Doc. When Dusty came up short, sometimes Dusty would do some things that would leave you scratch your head. Talk about Dusty Baker, and eventually finally got there. But Doc Rivers, he's the only guy who's been on two different franchises and has blown 3-1 series leads in the playoffs, and now it would be a 3-2. And look, they had to close them out, and everything was there for the taking. Jason Tatum got off to an incredibly ice-cold start for the Celtics, and then you forgot about Joel Embiid and talked about it. You said it, Harden always does things that are Harden-like in big moments, right?
Closeout games. Everybody got excited when he had 45 in Game 1. I said, talk to me in Game 6 or 7. Well, this was a game that you could have put him away and moved on to the Eastern Conference Finals. I've already heard from folks in Philly, Mike, if they lose this series, everybody's ready to move on from Harden, right, because this Harden experiment is done. You keep Embiid, and then they have to figure out, we're trying to figure out, how do you build around this guy that you can win with? We're talking about Trey, and they're talking about Embiid. I don't think they win this series, Mike. I think going back to Boston now, I don't think they're going to find a way to get it done. Here's Doc Rivers, though. He said his guys didn't trust themselves.
We got to move the ball. We got to trust. We got to run our stuff. We got to execute our stuff. I thought tonight was similar to like Game 2 to me. We just didn't trust our stuff.
Now, Jason Tatum had a bad night shooting.
Right.
But when it matters most, boy, did he step up.
He cleaned it up late, but he was ice cold early. The thing about this game, and you touched on earlier, the handoff with Andy and Randy, with Harden and Maxey, all of a sudden now you're playing on separate teams. It's kind of like what used to happen in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Right, with Westbrook and Harden and Durant. All of a sudden now they need name tags. And it's like, whoa, the game's on the line, and you guys can't find a way to work it together. It really was. And you could watch the whole thing like a car crash in slow motion happen.
Turtle, was it Ian Eagle doing the game last night? I'm not sure who was doing the game. The reason why I say that is because at some point in the game, Mike, at the end, the announcers were like, right, the body language of the Sixers. When they got down like 6, it was like they quit. It was like, Harden and Embiid, they weren't even running up and down the floor. And I want to say it was him, but I was just like, yes, you could see that they'd just been taken, like the juice had been taken out of them. Here's Jason Tatum talking about his frustrating shooting night, although he was huge in the fourth quarter.
I got to give a lot of credit to my teammates, right? They were extremely vocal throughout the game, right? Encouraging. I'm being transparent. It's frustrating, right? You want to win so bad, you want to play so well, and shots not falling, things just not necessarily going your way, and you want it so bad. But trying to stay present, trying to stay in the moment, trying to do other things.
And he did. By the way, Turtle says it was Mark Jones on the call with the Sixers. Okay. I wasn't sure. I just heard him say it, and I was like, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah. It didn't. I was watching that. I was not watching the schedule drop. I can't lie to you. I was watching the Sixers. But, the body language, the energy, and Doc Rivers just getting tight. So all that now, and you wriggle off. Now you go to Boston, and we know that strange things happen up there, and I think Boston fans are going to be sensed. There'll be blood in the water. Last night, totally anticlimactic. Durant goes to Phoenix. At one point, they were penciled in to be the number 1 team out west. And, of course, Chris Paul gets hurt because that's what Chris Paul does in the playoffs. DeAndre Ayton, they were calling him out. Can you give it a go? Can you tape it up with ribs? He couldn't. And so it's an absolute beatdown. It wasn't even close. Down 30 at halftime?
Embarrassing. By the way, for everybody who says Charles Barkley's wrong about Durant not driving the bus, you tell me when he's driven the bus. When he went to Golden State, it wasn't his bus to drive.
Nope.
They were already a championship caliber team.
They picked him up in front of his house.
So you go to Brooklyn, you don't drive the bus. I know he was coming off the injury, but the point is, when everything went bad, what did he do? He wanted out. He goes to Phoenix.
Right.
He didn't drive the bus, Mike. Last night he started 1 for 10.
Right.
1 for 10.
I mean, not only was he sitting out in front of the house when the bus came by for Golden State, he had the Scooby-Doo lunchbox, too, Carl. Yeah, I mean, look, Durant, he'll have to go to be that complimentary piece. I mean, it's a hell of a complimentary piece. He'll be somebody's Pippen, but he ain't going to be Jordan.
No.
We've established that.
No. By the way, Book only had 12 points last night. Come on.
It was the other point guard that was doing the job.
They don't have, and this is what's crazy, they don't have enough guys. Like, the bench is terrible, and they just don't have enough scoring. Mike's right, 125-100 was the final score.
Hey, the Heat going to close out the Knicks tonight, by the way? Otherwise, they've got to go back to the Garden.
They do, but Denver was up 30. As far as as far as the Heat, Knicks don't score on the road, man. I don't know how to describe what the deal is. But
I can see Julius Randle pulling a disappearing act, you know.
We'll see.
Who was it? Was it Greenberg the other day? I mean, he gets paid the big bucks to be on ESPN. I think the Heat really does. No, I mean, like the temperature in Miami saps the Knicks' strength.
Oh, stop.
I mean, and he's on national television saying that.
That's
nonsense.
silly.
Jalen Rose, too, former player.
Miami is, well, his hairline's too tight. Miami is a 6.5-point favorite. And tonight, the Lakers also in a Game 6 are a 3-point favorite, 2.5-point favorite to beat the Golden State Warriors and advance to the Western Conference Finals.
And just a matter, I mean, superstar Steph going to come out and do everything, facilitate and dominate?
Has to. He has to.
They kind of make him more of a ball distributor than a ball shooter in this series at times.
Hey, Atlanta United taking on Charlotte FC at home Saturday, guys, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Our coverage begins at 7 o'clock. And also, as we said, we're going to talk to Gonzalo Pineda, the manager, coming up here in just a little bit. And 3:20? Okay, it's been confirmed. 3:20, Gonzalo Pineda will join us. And then a special guest to join us as well in the 4 o'clock hour. So make sure you stay right there. All right, when we come back, it's all about the projections. We will go around this show and get what everybody thinks about the Atlanta Falcons. And for me, I'm starting to look ahead.
Atlanta.
We're gonna get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Let's talk schedule. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Happy Friday, everybody. Hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. We'll tell you what we've got cooking for the weekend. And we invite you to send your picks and enjoy an ice cold Hey Man Ale as well. All right. I don't care how you feel. I'm talking to the guys in this room. Just want to know what you think. Be strong with your convictions. If you feel like this is a 12-win team, say it. If you feel like this is a 6-win team, say it. We're going to go around the room, guys, and we're going to talk about our projections for the Atlanta Falcons. Win total, team MVP, maybe team's most improved player. Those are the things we're going to do. Now, we're going to record these because we record everything in radio, and we will play these back at some point when the season is done. And we'll see and have some fun with it. All right? But based on what you know right now, this is where we are. So I want to let the guys behind the glass go first, and then Mike. Bo, where are you at as far as win total? And if you'd like to point out a couple of games, we can do that. But obviously, I want to know what you think this team is going to do as far as total wins.
9 wins. I got them 9 wins and sneaking in with a wild card.
Okay. Is there a game that jumps out to you that you feel like, all right, that's going to be one that either is a win or a loss?
The opener versus Carolina is the absolute perfect place to play Carolina because these guys never stepped on a football field. You've got the advantage over every other team they're going to play the entire season in that week. And then you play the Bucs twice, and the Bucs are going to be garbage. You don't know if Carolina's going to be necessarily garbage the second time you play them. They got a good defense still, but the first game of the season, you get the opportunity to jump out to a commanding lead, if you want to call a one-game lead.
Right.
But, yeah, that's going to be that's a statement game right there, week 1.
I'm with you. It matters. 9-7. What about the team MVP? If you had to bet on it right now.
Well, not 9-8 now.
9 wins.
Yeah, 9-8.
Yeah, 9-8, yeah.
If you had to bet on it, the team MVP
so
right now.
I'm a defensive-minded guy.
All right.
Jesse Bates.
Oh, he's going to have that kind of impact?
Okay. He's a good player.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, Jesse's going to have that kind of impact. Listen, I hope so.
He's going to be the reason why these defensive linemen get, what they have last year. 30 sacks in the last 2 years.
All right, yeah. It's been embarrassing.
Yeah. Therefore, most improved player is the guy that they need to improve in year 2, Arnold Ebiketie.
Bingo. Ooh. Been harping on that all offseason.
Have to.
And hopefully these new guys we brought in, the rising tide raises all the ships, including his boat on defense.
Very good. That's a good play. That is Big Bo. We call him Big Bo because he's bigger than, Little Bo. All right.
Leave me out of this.
I'm not going to say anything. Let's get to Turtle. Turtle, where are you at on win total? You can go game by game. Tell us what you think. Where is this team? We're talking about our Atlanta Falcons. Schedule's out.
10 wins.
Okay.
It's all about the first 6 weeks of the season. Panthers, win. Packers, win. Lions, loss. Jaguars, win in London.
Okay.
Texans, win. Commanders, win. If you've made the type of progress that we expect this team to have made this offseason, those are all wins, and they shouldn't even be relatively close. Minus the Lions, which I give them a loss. Jaguars are a decent team, and we have no idea about the Panthers. But I think the Falcons are better than the Panthers because I think 10 wins this division.
Oh!
So I am crowning them NFC South champions right now on May 12th. In terms of my MVP, this one's simple, guys. Bijan Robinson will come in, be 1,000-yard back, catch, 6, 7, 8 touchdowns out of the backfield from Desmond Ridder. And then my most improved player, A.J. Terrell, bounces back and has a Pro Bowl season after an uncharacteristic season last year.
I like it. 10 wins, 9 wins for Big Bo, 10 wins for Turtle. Mike Bell, where are you at on this?
I'm going to go with 10 wins. And the 2 games that are going to get us to 10 wins, the 2 most important games for me, some of the games that are always most important, whether we're good or bad. The 2 games with the Saints. Week 12, coming off the bye, we get the Saints and Mercedes-Benz. And then the final game of the season, it's January 7th. and that is down there in New Orleans. So if Derek Carr is going to be the guy that's going to kind of get them back where they need to be, defense, as we know, Carl, a little long in the tooth down there with Cam Jordan and company. But if we handle the Saints, we get to 10 wins. And I'm going to say on offense, I agree with Chris. Bijan Robinson was not brought here to be a role player. He's going to be the player. He's going to be on his shoulders. He's going to take the pressure off of Ritter. On defense, I'm going to throw a curveball at you. When we signed him, a lot of Falcon fans go, who? I think Caden Ellis is going to pop because it's his defensive coordinator that got him in here, and he didn't bring him here to be on the sideline. So I think Caden Ellis is a guy that may give us, maybe be the sack leader on the squad.
I like what I'm hearing. All three of you believe this is a winning season.
Right.
This is not a 500 season. We're above 500, and therefore we will probably have a chance to get to the playoffs.
Now, we lose to the Saints, then we're that's why my caveat was win those two, then we get to 10 wins.
Well, and we know those are tough games.
Right.
They just always are. For me, guys, it's pretty simple. I'm with Mike, and I'm with Turtle. I like this team to win 10 games this season. 7 losses sounds like a lot, but remember, you add the extra week on.
Right.
You get the bye, but if we're 10-7, I believe not only are we in the playoffs, I agree, Turtle, we are the division champions. Now, the part of the schedule for me that I'm looking at that I think you just have to take advantage of is October 8th through the end of October before you meet the Vikings November 5th. And the reason is this. Texans are not going to be good. Commanders will not be good. Buccaneers, they're going to be the bottom feeders this year, guys. It's just what it is in this division. No more Tom Brady. They're going to take a step back. That's 3 dubs. And then you play the Titans. And October 29th, are you willing to tell me that Will Levis won't be the starting quarterback by Halloween for the Titans?
You know that Ryan Tannehill's already on thin ice with Vrabel.
Correct. So that is a situation where you could be seeing a brand new quarterback, rookie starting for the first time. By that point in the season, guys, Titans are going to know pretty early, okay? They're going to be like, hey, 4 weeks, 6 weeks in. So I think that part of the schedule, Mike, you can really take advantage of. And then you get the Vikings, and everybody says, well, listen, the Vikings to me are a regular season team. We've seen them fold in the playoffs. So even with Kirk Cousins and all the wide receivers with Jefferson and everybody they got coming back, they've added to that. That's going to be a tough test November 5th. That's why I say you have to take part of that schedule before you get to the bye. The Cardinals, that's you got at the Cardinals game before the bye. Here's where I'm at, guys. Team MVP for me, as much as I love Bijan, and you know I do, I'm going to tell you that Kyle Pitts has to be Kyle Pitts.
Right on.
This team has to be vertical. We have to be able to throw the ball down the field. And, Mike, the first year to go for 1,000 yards and be a Pro Bowler was great. Right. Year 2, not so much. Kyle, come off the injury and show us you're legit. We think we have 2 unicorns on this team. He's one of them. The other one's Bijan. Okay? So I'm going to tell you that Pitts is going to be the MVP. No disrespect, Drake, but he's got to step up. He was the 4th overall pick, and I know where you were. Most improved player, got to be Caleb McGarry.
Okay. I like it. And do a better job on the pass. Going forward, good. Going backwards, not so good.
It's got to be Caleb McGarry. Yes, we run the ball really well. Is he going to be able to help us throwing the football like we need to? And if he improves, Mike, this offensive line gets exponentially better. And now we're talking about doing some things throwing the football. We're talking about the schedule with you guys at 404-726-0929. I'm starting to look ahead. This schedule is maneuverable, it is winnable, and it is a schedule that the NFL gods have blessed us with, Mike, to go to the NFL playoffs. Are you a believer?
Yeah, 10. I mean, I'm not going 11. I'm going 10. I mean, 9 and 8, I think, is wild card. 10 means division. 10 means we get a home game. I'm going to go 10. I got to believe in Arthur Smith getting the most. He's committed to Ritter. We might not see it. We might not know what's going on behind the scenes, but he sees something. And I think on this show, we've always given Arthur the respect. We give him the heat when he deserves it, but I think he's evolved as a coach. I think he's got a good plan. He squeezed 14 wins out of a team with no money and no stars the last 2 years. So I'm feeling, Carl, that it's going to be a good year. But again, there's still that little lingering down the back of my mind about Ritter that I'm trying to squash. So I'm trying to talk myself into this thing with Ritter. I was really close to saying 9, but I'm going to go with 10.
The second best quarterback they play all season, guys, is Kirk freaking Cousins.
Yes, behind Aaron
They
Rodgers.
play Aaron Rodgers, and then it's Kirk Cousins.
We get Derek Carr twice. We get Trevor Lawrence might be put on a display in London.
Might be. Justin Fields might be.
Yeah.
Colts, who's starting for them?
But that's why I was doing that rap when I saw that 417 winning percentage. It is based on last year. And teams are always rising and falling, Carl, and there's injuries and all the factors that come into this. But, hey, everybody does this. It's fun to have a little fun around the water cooler. I say 10 wins, brother. You got 10 as well?
I do.
And we got 9 from Bo and 10 from Chris.
And, guys, you can send us your win total. Again, and if you go, well, how are you guys doing this? Simple. Draft's done. Free agency's done. I don't know what the 53-man roster is going to look like the first week of the season, September 10th. We're going to have 90 guys at camp. They'll go through their cuts because you need bodies. But at the end of the day, I can pretty much tell you what this team looks like from a personnel standpoint. I already know the 45 guys that are going to make this team, okay? If you want to get to the 53 and say, hey, there's about 2 positions that we think might be, viable, fine. But based on what we know right now, and especially with the schedule being out, this is easy. You should be picking at least this team to win more than 8 or 9 games. I don't think Mike and I are being risky by saying 10 either, simply based on what Chris was just telling you about the quarterbacks. If this was Murderer's Row and we faced 6 of the top elite quarterbacks in the league, I might feel differently. But I don't. As much as I've been impressed by Bryce Young, he's unproven in the NFL, and he's got to come in and show it. And, guys, that takes time, by the way. All these great young quarterbacks, they may show flashes. You guys forget, Trevor Lawrence had a crap coach his first season. He didn't do anything. You don't know.
If you're surrounded by talent like Matt Ryan in 2008, look, they kind of did what I think we're going to do here this year with Desmond Ridder. You brought in Michael the Burner Turner. It was Dimitrov's first season as GM, and Matt Ryan leaned heavily on that run game and the balanced attack and high percentage throws, and we were able to get into the wild card that year. And actually, we were a couple plays away from beating the Cardinals, who went on to the Super Bowl that season.
Yeah, it's not an exact science. Nothing is in the NFL, but improving your personnel does matter, and improving your talent across the board does matter. And if you are one of these people who are like, well, I don't see it, well, I don't know what to tell you, because this is an improvement from where we have been.
Yeah, guys, we loaded up. I mean, we brought in on paper, we were having fun with this, but just looking at the talent, we brought in over 3 dozen sacks we didn't have last year that had been brought in from the guys that we added. So we've got more players who can make plays on defense. The defense arguably is better than it's been in years. I mean, you got to go all the way, way back, Carl, to look at the 98 Bomb Squad for some of the names.
All right, coming up, NFL Blitz is on the way. We're going to hear from the new coordinator who will be getting things right for Lamar Jackson. Also, Tom Brady news, and it's not what you think. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's a Pirates from the islands of the Caribbean.
Interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Gonzalo Pineda is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We were talking about the schedule, going down the list of our projections, and guys are hitting us up. One of our listeners, Mike, again, and we understand, like, not everybody's listening all at the same time, but we talked about this, and he said, guys, how do we not get a primetime game even when we're playing the Jets? Mike, that is a point in the season that could be flexed.
Yeah, again, that's just real quick. We're not going to bang on our own team, but I just think some folks have to understand they're not really monkeying around anymore. It used to be everybody got a Thursday night game. They're not doing that anymore. The ratings, look, Amazon, you tell me that Jeff Bezos wasn't on the horn to Roger Goodell. Look at this crap that I'm paying for. Some awful games last year on Amazon, and I think that does have an effect. But look, back-to-back 7 and 10, we know the circumstances. The rest of the country doesn't give a crap about our injuries or our salary cap, right? It is what it is.
That's right.
We don't have a star quarterback. We don't have an identity on offense. I mean, we know we run the football, but people know that I was passing the football. So you don't have a star quarterback established. You don't have a star system or a style of play. And we haven't made the playoffs in 5 years. So all that equals no primetime right now. But we can change that narrative.
Yeah. And so, I mean, if you're upset, it's just about we ain't gotten there yet. And I'm fine with that, because there will come a time where you're going to be like, man, we on 5 times. And then we've turned the corner because we are the show. And part of being the show is having an exciting offense, which is what I think we're going to have this upcoming season. Hey, also coming up, a special guest in the 4 o'clock hour. We will talk more about the schedule, and we'll go around with some other teams as well, guys. There are a lot of Super Bowl contenders that their schedule, when you look at it, it didn't maybe turn out the way they expected, and it may be more difficult to maneuver, which is another reason why Mike and I really like the Falcons schedule. With that, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
So, Mike, Tom Brady is in deep discussions to become a limited partner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Potentially, he is going to partner with Mark Davis. Now, how much of this franchise are we talking about? Limited, guys. He will not be the majority owner. But there are discussions between the two sides. A lot of people are saying, well, wait a minute. Is this a conflict of interest? When Brady becomes a broadcaster, whenever that happens with Fox, Mike, is this going to be an issue for him? And the NFL is saying right now, no, it's not going to be an issue. He can be a minority owner.
Right. Now, guys do this all the time. Not everybody comes in for a big piece of the pie, but the one here close to home I think most Falcon fans know is Warrick Dunn. And Warrick Dunn has made some good money because he bought a minority stake in the Falcons back in the day when the team was worth $856 million. This is according to an article in the Daily Snark. Today it's worth over $4 billion. So Warwick saw a nice return on his investment as a very small minority. Doug Hertz from United, we saw him out there when draft night on Friday. Doug's a minority owner. So every team's, I think people recognize the Arthur Blanks and the Jerry Jones, but there's a lot of other guys who get a piece of the action.
Yeah.
In this case, Tom Brady.
And every team has these kinds of minority owners. Speaking of Brady, Robert Kraft was talking about Brady. He's invited him back, Mike. Listen.
The greatest player in the history of the game played right here in Foxborough. I invited him back to come here and be with us at the opening game and let the fans in New England thank him for the great service he gave us for over 20 years. And it'll be the beginning of many celebrations to honor Tom Brady and say thank you for what he did for us those 20 years playing for the New England Patriots.
You know, I do hate New England, but man, I love Bob Kraft. You know what? If you, heaven forbid, you lose your wife, and as he had a loving wife for so many years, and then, you kind of reinvent your life and hanging out with Meek Mill, hanging out with DiCaprio, and you're hanging in St. Bart's, and your wedding was just insane. Tom Brady leaves practice to come to your wedding. Tom Brady is a legend here in New England, and we will honor him. And look at my incredibly hot blonde wife. Did you know, Kyle, she's a doctor?
I did not know that.
Which is important when you're on as many drugs as I am to perform sexually.
You need some help, Bob?
Not as well. I think when you get over 75, you need a little kickstart.
Do you still drink the scotch? What are you drinking these days?
I love a good single malt.
Sorry, we're going streaking.
By By the way, remember when he had his little incident, at the noodle rub place?
Yes.
It's like it's water under the bridge because he does so much in charity and does so many altruistic things.
Well, nobody cares.
No.
Can we be honest?
No.
Like they tried to make it a big deal.
Real quick, I got to tell. Is the statute of limitations run out for the story Goose told us about the locker room years ago in the tight end room when Hernandez was still there?
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
Kraft comes into the tight end room and goes, guys, because Bob just has, he owns the team. He can walk in, he comes in the meeting room, he's like, are you guys busy? And it was like Gonzalez, and I want to say Ben Watson, and a young Gronkowski, and our buddy Goose is coaching tight ends. And Bob goes, guys, I'm getting all these photos from these girls, nude photos. I don't know how they get my number. And so Gronkowski takes a look, and he goes, well, I would definitely call that one Mr. Kraft. So it's not, I know it seems like it's a button down, like it's, Stalag, Belichick. They do have a warm and fuzzy side for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're together too much to not, but he is one of the very liked owners around the league. And it's going to be, it's going to be electric when Tom makes his return. They didn't like him when he was in Tampa, and that's natural. But he's a Patriot. He's going to be a Patriot in the Hall of Fame, and so Robert Kraft making that statement. Meanwhile, let's hear from Todd Monken, because, Mike, he was talking about Lamar Jackson. Monken, of course, the former OC for the Dogs. He's now the OC for the Ravens.
I think the more talented you are around your quarterback, the less he has to take on that burden, shoulder the load, because you're excited about getting others the football where they can utilize their skill set as you get further into your career. As Lamar gets older, as everybody does. I mean, you want to take some of that off of the player as best as you can, but he has a unique trait, a unique skill set. You can't take that completely out of his toolbox because that's a huge weapon for him and for us. He's using his feet.
So he's saying, I'm not going to tell Lamar not to run. Maybe he needs to be a little bit smarter, but I can't tell him to take one of the weapons out of his toolbox because he's so good at it, Mike. And we may need him to move the chains time to time. You like that? From Todd Monken talking about Lamar?
I think, things about Lamar, when things start to break down, he holds on to the football way too long. And I get it. He's got tremendous athleticism. He's trying to extend a play. Sometimes you got to throw it away. Sometimes you got to take what they give you. But I do think also in longevity, Carl, you got to keep him on the field. And he's kept on the field by picking his spots when he's going to run and get out of bounds. He's getting hit a lot.
He's getting hit a lot. You're going to be not available at the end of the season if you're running as frequently as he is, despite the reason, whether you're running for pressure or design runs or whatever it is. NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Hey, did you realize that the Falcons rookie camp is underway? Let's hear from Bijan Robinson, because this is what he said today, which makes me feel all good, because he says, I was used today pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, well, obviously, the first practice today, he uses me everywhere, from receiver to running back, and he exploits he lets me do my abilities and skill set the right way, whether it's catching the ball, running routes, obviously running the football, blocking, doing it all. And he told me, man, I'm gonna coach you hard, and I don't expect nothing less, because I need him to. He has a plan for me, and with his coaching style and making sure that I'm doing the right thing on the field, and always pushing myself to new limits, new heights. I gotta match that, and obviously come 50-50 with him, and give great effort. Be a good leader. Obviously I'm young, so I'm trying to learn how to be a leader and how to be a guy that can do things well for my teammates, but. He gonna coach me hard, and I don't expect nothing less, because we're all trying to do something big here.
You're damn right we are, Bijan. Damn right.
Randy Mack was talking about his first rookie minicamp, getting the playbook and some install stuff and some basics, and they'll do that again when the veterans get over there. But this is just great to hear. Again, this is part of the reason why they drafted him. In addition to everything Carly did at Texas, the kid's just he's a leader and he gets it.
I'm laughing in my head because I see Coach Art. All right, Bijan, kick it. He's got him doing everything. Bijan, return team. I mean, everything you can imagine. Now, that's not the case.
He's not going to be returning kicks.
No, that's not the case. But in my head, when he says he's got me doing everything, that's what I'm thinking. Everything, coach is looking around. Bijan, snap it. It's like, wait a minute, coach. This isn't Pee Wee League. Slow down.
I mean, obviously, we need to score more points.
I agree with you.
Right.
I do agree with you. Hey, guys, let's hear from Kyle Shanahan. Mike, we're talking about the 49ers. Their schedule is interesting, too. That's a team that people think might get back to the playoffs and get to a Super Bowl this year. But who's going to be the quarterback, Kyle?
I do believe we have 3 quarterbacks talent-wise who are all capable of being franchise-type quarterbacks, but that's just capable. There's so much more else to it. There's a lot of guys who have been capable. It's how do you play and how do you win games, and Brock's done that in his 8. And we have 2 other guys on the roster who we strongly believe can do it also.
Some folks in the Bay Area said that Kyle Shanahan kind of spilled the beans about the status of Brock Purdy when he was asked about the schedule, said he was glad he was getting the Eagles later in the year, and it wasn't the first game of the season, which some people said, as in your quarterback wouldn't be ready? And that's where they were running with that.
Sam Darnold, right? Sam Darnold there?
Sam Darnold is the other guy other than the other guy, and of course Brock Purdy.
The other guy is Trey Lance.
Yes. I'm not even counting. I don't even ever expect to see him on the field in a 49ers uniform at this stage, under center.
Now, listen, he's saying they got 3 guys. I think they're just holding on to Lance just in case.
Right.
That's like just in case we need him, and they gave up all that draft capital to get him. By the way, more from Bijan Robinson coming up later in the show as he spoke to the media today. Falcons rookie camp underway, and he did say, I will tell you, and he's not paying attention to predictions. People around the league saying the Falcons won't win this, that, and the other. He says, I'm not hearing any of that. We'll let you hear it later on in the show. Hey, Mike, as we're talking about the NFL, more first-round picks getting signed. Obviously, Bijan got his deal. We talked about it yesterday.
Which I like to see. And Jigba was one of the first guys, and then we were like, I think, the second or third free agent to go, but more dominoes are falling.
Yeah, man. Raiders signed their top draft pick under Tyree Wilson. Right. They signed him today. He was the 7th overall pick. So, again, our guy was 8th. And, again, the range, guys, we talked about this. They know what they're getting. I mean, it's not like it's $8 million, $10 million more, but he gets signed today by the Raiders.
Now, we were just discussing why we're not getting primetime games or the big games in the afternoon, like 4 p.m., because of our pedigree is not there. We haven't been in the playoffs since 2017. Well, what do the Packers get since Aaron Rodgers is no longer there? Jordan Love is going to get you TV numbers. He's scheduled to play 5 primetime games Green Bay gets this season.
The Packers.
That's ridiculous.
It's the brand. I understand that, but still, it's the Cowboys. Like, I get it. There's teams out there that they far exceed what the reality what the guys are. But realistic expectations for Packer fans. You think they're going to the playoffs with Jordan Love?
I don't know if they believe that. I just think the Packers still draw, which is what I was saying to you a couple of days ago about when they come here. They're going to bring fans. It may not be at the height of the Favre era or even Aaron Rodgers a few years ago where, we didn't have fans in the stands when he was winning MVPs a couple of years ago. But the point is, this is the league saying people will watch regardless. And if he's a little bit good, if he's a little bit interesting, then people are going to pay attention. And everybody listen, Mike, there's a part of America that wants to see Jordan Love be successful behind Aaron Rodgers because they're tired of the Aaron Rodgers stuff, and they're kind of hoping, hey, I hope Love kind of does well because of the way Aaron, did what he did here at the end with the Packers.
Dov Kleeman just put a video out of Bryce Young's first ever snap and throw at Panthers practice, Carl. It was nothing really special. He just kind of rolled down and just threw it to him.
Tigers, North Carolina Tigers.
And for those guys who didn't watch the memes or you're not on social media, which some of our audience aren't, the Nashville or up in Nashville, the Tennessee Titans, they did Man on the Street, and they found a lot of bachelorette parties and a lot of young hipsters, and then showed them the NFL logos and asked them what was the team. And the young lady, when she was asked what our team is,
this one is the Red Stallions.
And in honor of that, the Falcons have changed their subname on Twitter today to the Red Stallions at Atlanta Falcons.
I like the way she finished that when what was on her mind?
This one is the Red Stallions.
What are you thinking
but a cat, a tiger, a leopard does not a stallion.
She was in Nashville. That's all I can say.
Give me another rum runner.
All right, man. Coming up, Gonzalo Pineda is going to join us. We'll talk to him about Atlanta United's match this weekend. How healthy are we, by the way? We got some guys back. We'll talk to him next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
That it actually does not exist.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Friday. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to let you hear more from Bijan Robinson as rookie camp has opened up for our Falcons. Schedule came out last night. We went through it, and we'll go through it again as we continue to move along through the show. Mike and I both have this team winning 10 games. We'll tell you why coming up. Right now, let's say good afternoon to Gonzalo Pineda. He is the manager of our Atlanta United. United taking on Charlotte this weekend, guys, Saturday. Pregame at 7, kicks at 7:30. Good afternoon, Gonzalo. How are you?
Hello. Very good. Thank you. How are you?
We're doing well. I mean, I think a lot of United fans are wondering what's the health of our club. Can you fill us in on what you know and our guys coming back? What's it look like?
Yes. Well, pretty much everyone training at the moment. Aside from Eric Lopez, everyone is training with the team. Brad Gusan, a fantastic recovery. Still not available for the game, but training already with the team. Giacomakis, he's available for the game. Well, Ibarra is back from the concussion protocol. He was the last week. So good news. Many players back, and that's very good.
And it just seems like Giacomakis just brings something special that other guys just can't replicate, especially because he's just so big.
Well, yeah, he's big. He's very intense in his game. He has experience. He has goals. So, that's why we signed him. We know what he's capable of doing, but unfortunately he picked a couple injuries, and now he's back. So we expect to manage his minutes and his load better this time, and so we can have him from now on every game.
Gonzalo, how frustrated were you in Miami, or were you frustrated? And if you were, what frustrated you?
Well, very frustrated. Every time you lose and you don't play well, you're frustrated. I think this one was more about losing because I felt the team not play fantastic, but we didn't have a bad game. We had actually, in my opinion, a good game, at least better than the opponent. We were creating better chances, dominating in possession, dominating the territory, and we couldn't, figure out how to score early in the game when we had two clear chances, matchup shoulder Etienne, and then in the second half, the penalty that for me was a 50-50 ball, shoulder to shoulder. So frustrated with that. But the team, I think, is strong. We're coming back home, and we need to have a strong turn around things.
So it is Gonzalo Pineda, guys. Again, that was a tough loss, and Gonzalo's talking about the penalty, which then they brought Joseph in. Of course, they had to bring Joseph in to rub it in our face, and he makes the goal. He joins us here on the WadeFord.com hotline. But getting momentum back. So how do we get back to the way we look so good to start this season? How do we get that back?
Well, just coming back again, strongest lineups and everybody healthy, everybody back. Playing at home always give us that extra boost. We need the people to be with us, to supporting us as always, and then we need to play better. It's not secret. We need to play better. We need to get a couple points, and I think the momentum is going to be there waiting for us. So three games in 1 week. We need those 9 points, and then we're going to be back.
Gonzalo, what is it that you feel like you've stressed this week going into this Charlotte matchup? From a tactic standpoint, what is it that you've been stressing?
Well, tactically, we know. Tactically, we know the areas we want to attack. I think the players know. It was more about the mentality and that, mood that we are, because every time you lose the first day back, you are sad, you are upset, you are frustrated, and how we manage those emotions. So we have a strong mentality, and we come back very, very strong, hungry for 3 points, and it's about how to manage that competitive side of the team that, we have had a couple rough weeks. We need to come back stronger, and it was more about that rather than tactics, to be honest.
It is the coach, the skipper, the manager. It's Gonzalo Pineda, guys, talking about Atlanta United taking on Charlotte. I know that this team's certainly got the capability of being as exciting as they were earlier in the year. Just a matter of, just simply, is it connectivity, connecting the passes, getting from the front, getting from the back to the front? Is that something we need to do a better job of?
No, I think on that we are very good. I honestly, last game against Miami, when you watch the full game, it's us dominating and bringing the ball back to front in a very good way. We were dominating in the final third most of the games. We have almost 65% of possession. Most of that was in the attacking half. So it's not about that. It's about the decision making in the final third, how we can find better chances, more chances, how we can be more dangerous in the final third. But that comes with a little bit of the confidence of the team, and that's again the momentum that we're talking about and coming back stronger. It's about that. It's about that belief, trust that the teammate is going to get in good areas. It's about that. I think moving the ball back to front, we've been okay.
Gonzalo, do you think we're officiated differently? I feel like sometimes that might be the case, and I know we always talk about the referees, but I'm just curious, what do you tell your guys when it comes to that? Because it's a discussion that the fans have a lot.
Yeah, don't expect anything from referees. I mean, that's my message to the players. Actually, like we have to be too good because it hasn't been the case where we've been beneficiated by the referees.
Right.
It's been actually the opposite, right? So early in the game against Toronto, they disallow a goal from Giacomakis, could have been his first goal for apparently an offside from Purata that is not clear and obvious. And they disallowed that, and that was 3 points. We lost 2 points there, and that was a correct goal, and we didn't get that. The last game against Miami, for me, it wasn't a PK, it was a 50-50 ball matchup, shoulder to shoulder. Yes, aggressive, but it's shoulder to shoulder. And it's been two plays similar, one against Caleb Wiley in the final third from DeAndre Jetlin, the other one in the corner before the penalty is Andrew Goodman in a very similar action, and it wasn't called a foul on both boxes, but against us it's a foul. And then it was a handball in the first half from across from Caleb Wiley, a very clear handball. They said he was too close to move the hand. So it's I don't expect anything from referees, and we have to be even better. That's the message. I mean, we have to be like that and think like that, because we cannot continue losing points because of referee's decision if that is the case.
Yeah, the thing is, and I think you were still playing before you became and you got into coaching, Gonzalo. It just seems like the way they use VAR was very confusing. It's almost like they use it a lot, and now they don't use it as much, and they don't seem to get it right very often.
Well, I think VAR is a right tool. It's a good tool. It's just how we use it, how we pick the moments to use it, how we pick not to use it. Actually, I think most of the times they get corrected in the VAR. It feels like at times, and especially against us, is not the case. That's how I feel. But I don't think it's anything malicious. It's just it's just how it is. We haven't been lucky for decisions of referees in some moments. It's nothing against us. It's more about, referees make mistakes, and unfortunately been a few against us. And that's it. Again, we cannot cry about it. We just need to do better and be better. And so we are not gambling for a decision from the referee to win or lose. We have to do better. That's it.
Gonzalo Pineda, good luck this weekend. Charlotte, guys, pregame 7 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Kicks at 7:30. Let's go get one, Gonzalo. Thanks for stopping by again. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, good stuff. He says Giacomakis will be available. That is great news.
I am Yorgos.
The fact that Brad is even back, guys, this is supposed to be 10 weeks.
Right.
And he's back training is incredible. So hopefully...
Yeah, when you come off the Achilles first in the first place, you just and for those who remember, he got barreled into up in New York. It looked like it was a knee strain, just looked terrible up there at Yankee Stadium.
I agree. So, and he didn't say anything about it, and the next thing you knew, he was out. But that's going to happen this weekend. We're going to get more of our conversation about the schedule, guys, as it's out. We're talking more about the Falcons and rookie camp underway as Bijan Robinson was speaking to the media today. We'll let you hear more of that as well. But when we come back, we're going to get to Yeah Man, No Man. Also, a very special guest will join us in the 4 o'clock hour. And it's somebody you might be familiar with. I'll just leave it at that. It's somebody you might be familiar with.
You've already said too much.
All right.
Now you sound like me.
All right. I'm just trying to give them a little hint. There's a lot of people are familiar with, Mike.
Don't be me and ruin the surprise.
I won't. All right, coming up, Yeah Man, No Man is next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up 4 o'clock, Kirby talking about a couple of different things. It's always interesting. You know, you say, how does TMZ find these guys? They're everywhere, and they found Kirby. We'll let you hear what he had to say. Also, a little bit later on, Brian Snicker came on the Steakhouse. We'll let you hear that. Snit he's a fun-loving dude, man. He just is.
Right. And I know that when he started as manager, again, because we talk about the whole, arc of the storyline here on the show. We don't say, I got it right or I got it wrong when you admit it. I thought it was like a totally uninspired hire at the time when they went with Snit. And like, oh, man, it's like Bobby Cox light. And the guy has just been such the perfect fit. He knew so many of the younger players, Carl, that all came up from his time in the minors. The managing. Some of these things are beyond his control. The injuries, the lack of pitching we talked about yesterday. But when you go back and look at the 21 postseason, the way he juggled the lineup, the way he moved guys up and down versus the Dodgers and the Astros, I hate to use it sounds melodramatic, sublime. So, yes, who doesn't love Snit? And then when you hear the man talk, he's even more lovable. Yeah. He's like the cool uncle or your favorite grandpa.
Well, he just doesn't, he doesn't beat around the bush. Right. That's the thing. He is what we consider to be called a straight shooter. So when he says something, that's how he feels. That's what
he can, as we've seen him, can just be on top of you.
So you'll hear that interview in its entirety coming up a little bit later on. And Steak and Sandra did a great job with that. Thanks to Gonzalo Pineda for stopping by. Special guest next hour. Right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, what's going on, man?
Well, we heard from not only Bijan Robinson today, boys, but another very interesting Falcon did speak today, and that is our newly drafted Zach Harrison.
Okay.
Ohio State pass rusher.
Ohio.
And he was talking about, hey, listen, I'm trying to come in here and develop my moves, as Chuck Smith would say,
right,
as a pass rusher.
Got to have moves.
Take a listen.
I'm a versatile rusher. I feel like I can do a little bit of everything, and I feel like that's, I can keep O-linemen on their toes with that. So, I'm just kind of excited, kind of refine my tools.
You think this guy's got a chance?
I do. Listen, the athleticism and the physical tools he has rates right up there with any of these guys that were drafted before him. This is all about coming in and getting better, right? This is all about Turtle, what he does, not only with the team, but in his own time, during the off time and off seasons. And if he can get better, the physical tools are there. So I'm going to buy in and say, yeah, he can do it. But the thing we don't know is that desire. And so it's a wait and see. But, yes, I feel like he's a guy that can get better. Mike, that's the one draft pick we both thought, okay, he may come in and have to do a little bit.
Yeah, and just because there was such a high expectation level for him as a 5-star recruit for the Buckeyes that he's the next Chase Young. And, look, Chase Young's NFL career ain't been nothing special, but coming out of Ohio State, he was the hands-down #1 edge rusher. So, yeah, maybe he gets some more traction here. It was the one. There were some other dudes. I know we talked about guys from Tennessee. There were some other places, Louisville.
Yep.
But the thing about him is he's got that pterodactyl type reach, Chris, that everybody's looking for.
Okay, so how do I phrase this without being insulting?
Just be insulting. It works for me.
You know what? I'll just say it bluntly. Kenny Smith needs to get a grip.
Kenny Smith on TNT?
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
He went on the Dan Patrick Show. And he says that if MJ didn't retire, it wouldn't have mattered.
Well, first of all, he did come back. He was wearing number 45. And when he had 55 points in Madison Square Garden, nobody was talking about he was rusty. Only until the Orlando Magic beat him. Then they're like, oh, he's rusty. So no, he was back. But I just think that, of course, in his heart, he's going to believe that. But I just think that our teams would have beat them. And I don't think that there's no 8-year champions. That means he would have won 8 straight titles.
You don't think they would have won 8 straight?
No, I don't think it. And the documentary proved it.
Come on, Kenny.
Well, the documentary did show it was kind of coming to a head, and Scotty wanted more money, and I don't blame him because he was underpaid his whole time there. But there were some elements that were starting to fray. They were starting to fray at the end, but I can't go as far as where Kenny went, Carl.
I'm skewed on this.
Well, you're a LeBron guy.
No, it has nothing to do with it. This has to do with Hakeem Olajuwon, Vernon Maxwell, Kenny Smith, Robert Horry, and the team that the Rockets were in 94, 95. And then, remember, they went out and got Clyde Drexler, okay?
Right.
I'm with Kenny on this. When's the last time you guys go through the NBA history? The last time you had a team win a string of championships like that, even the great Russell didn't win, like that.
Well, he kind of did, but only 6 teams in the league back then.
Yeah, but it's different, Mike. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, 8 years in a row. LeBron went to the finals, guys, 10 years in a row. He didn't win 10. I don't know if anybody. This is the love for Jordan. This is the thing that everybody has. Like, it wouldn't have mattered. I agree with Kenny on this. I don't think they would have won 8 in a row. Would it have been the Rockets to beat them? I don't know. But this is one of those all-time great question marks that we always have in sports. Like, well, what if Jordan didn't retire? He wins those 2 other chips. I don't know about that. Hakeem Olajuwon was the best player in the league those 2 years, hands down.
But that Knicks team that was offensively challenged took them to 7 games in the O.J. Car Chase championship. I mean, you're telling me that Michael and Scottie couldn't have beaten those Rockets? That's where I say if the Knicks gave him that much of Knicks couldn't beat. Only time the Knicks ever got there is when Michael took a retirement, right? And then later on. So I'm just wondering. It's a great question, but it is something to be said because you would have gone up against the Rockets. The Rockets were that team back then, those 2 years in a row.
Yeah, they had shooting, and by the way, the league was so much different back then. But you had a real rim protector in Hakeem Olajuwon, and you had Vernon Maxwell. And for those who don't know, Vernon gave Jordan fits. Like, this was one of the guys that was crazy enough to be like, all right, I got Mike tonight. And Jordan was still Mike, but he was challenged in those games. And I just think, Mike, defensively, the way the Rockets played, offensively, they had shooting around dream. We can debate it all, until we go home. But I've always said I don't think that Jordan and them run off 8 straight either. I just don't.
Well, I mean, if it's 94, but again, the Knicks almost they had them on the ropes. The Knicks actually blew that series. Bill Cartwright against Hakeem, that's advantage Rockets, right? Because remember, Bill Cartwright, that was the first center. And then later on, who came in? Bill Wennington later on. And obviously, Dream would have had him for lunch. But when Michael was there and Pittman, they were able to use those guys and obviously get another 3 after the break. It's a great question. It's fun.
Here's my only thinking behind it. If that happens, that takes away the single greatest thing that makes MJ what he is today.
Which is?
6-0.
Correct.
And I don't know if that narrative would have been allowed to be changed by MJ. I think MJ, because MJ is the ultimate will past you player. He even if he's not on the best team on the floor, he was able 6 times to do it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that legacy defining change, you put a 6-1 or a 6-2 next to that, he's no longer revered and idolized in the same way.
But it's the same thing with Tom Brady for years. You'd be, Joe never lost. Joe Montana was 3-0. Then Brady kept doing it, and then he did it with another team with all the expectations, which brings us full circle to LeBron. If LeBron does this now, at this stage of his career, that's unbelievable. And then you can say, yes, he is better than Jordan.
But Chris, do we look at Brady any different? He lost a couple of Super Bowls. We don't look at him any different. If Mike was considered the greatest of his time, which he was, and he had lost, let's just say, this is the problem. You're right. We'll never know.
But the argument was Montana had never lost, and early on, then Brady obviously surpassed him and had like 7.
Because he went to more, he played in more Super Bowls. But if Jordan had lost 2 of the 8 that he had gone to, I don't know if we look at him differently because I don't look at Brady any differently.
I think we do. I think people still put Jordan ahead of Brady because of 6-0.
Okay.
And when you're parsing the best of the best of the best of the best, sir, to do it in any sport, and you're putting on that Mount Rushmore discussion that everyone has, where it's Brady, Jordan, Ali, Tiger, but that is where you parse the hairs.
And I get Kenny's point. Orlando did beat Michael Jordan, but if Michael Jordan doesn't take 2 years off and it's Michael Jordan rolling with the Bulls, they're going to go through Orlando. I don't think Shaq and Dennis and those guys would beat a regular season Jordan that played a full year and had the whole complement of guys with him, because the Rockets obviously smoked the Magic. That was a young Shaq.
Correct, but that's the argument. Like, we can't, that's a woulda, coulda. Like, if he would have played, but he came back. That's Kenny's point. He did play. He came back and got beat by an Orlando team. So
But
the
if he plays the
idea-
full season, is it different? Change the dynamic? I don't know.
That's the thing. But he's Jordan.
Right.
He's Jordan now. We cannot say, well, if and buts. He was so good and so great and willing his teams to win, they weren't able to get by that Orlando team. He did play.
Yeah, and if and but Brady and Moss completed that 16-0 season,
Correct.
I think it's flip-flopped.
Yeah.
I think then Brady is the universal GOAT over Jordan.
Big
Jordan,
Blue is always his kryptonite.
Jordan still has it.
Yeah, that's the team that used to beat, actually get to Tom Brady, put him on the ground.
But you know why? You're right, Turtle, because now you're talking about a 17-0 team, right?
Perfect season.
Yes. Dolphins now are out of the picture.
And with all due respect to Shula, much more difficult now.
I agree. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
All right, guys, real quick, Mother's Day weekend, what do we got cooking?
Good stuff, man. I was telling you earlier, I was trying to get Michelle to go out. She goes, no. I'm like, why? She's like, everybody is out tonight. I'm like, no. That's Sunday, babe. That's Sunday. But I usually cook on Mother's Day, to be honest with you. And I'm not going to say because I know she's in the car listening right now, so you don't get to know. But I'm going to cook something as I normally do for Mother's Day. I just always feel like, and again, I know everybody takes mom out, and it's great. But as we have over the years just said, you know what? We're going to do family things, and I enjoy doing that. And I think it means a little bit more, man. If you cook for mom,
right?
It's kind of cool. And I think she appreciates it a little bit more than just making a reservation and going out. But I get it. People are busy, and you're doing things. Restaurants should be hopping this week, Mike. Hopefully all those servers and restaurants get great business. We know that's been coming back slowly but surely since the pandemic. But, yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Turtle. So it's a surprise, but I will put it on social media when I get it done on Sunday.
Yeah, man. I'm not doing any cooking, but my buddy Mike is, who owns a little brand new, showing Carl the picture, a little beach shack down in Naples. He's scuba diving right now. Hopefully going to catch a hogfish, and we'll be grilling that baby. A little bit of butter because the flavor's amazing, and we're going to be hanging out. And every Mother's Day, I've got a tradition, which is unlike any other. I drive Aunt Matilda home. My Aunt Matilda down in Naples, she's too old to drive, so I've got to drive the Subaru and two cats as she chain smokes Virginia Slims for about 8 hours from Naples to Pennsylvania. And then Becky gets to the home stretch to PA. So that's what I'll be doing on Sunday.
It's going to be a fun trip. At some point, don't you start smoking?
I mean, seriously, I might as well, because she cracks the window, which all it does is blow the smoke right back in the car. Yeah. So anyway, that'll be my son. That'll be my Mother's Day.
They don't call him Marlboro Mike for nothing. All right, Bo, hit my music.
All right, guys.
Last time, can we stop by Buc-ee's? Oh, come on. I want to go home. You can't get down there for under an hour.
You got to stop by Buc-ee's. Hey, there are reports out. We just want to mention this. Jamie Foxx's daughter has announced in a new social media post that her dad has been out of the hospital for weeks. I don't know what's true, what's not. We just report what's being reported.
Right.
This is coming from CNN. There are other outlets that have it, but the post is out there. Turtle and Mike and I were talking about it.
Is there a photo?
I've not seen anything.
If Jamie Foxx gets out of the hospital, there's going to be a camera because somebody in the hospital is going to leak it. And Jamie Foxx, again, we don't know, and we're all hoping and praying because he's one of the most talented people on the planet. But, I mean, with all due respect to his daughter, I mean, if he was okay with all the rumors that are circulating, I would imagine Jamie would have put something out there on social media.
Mike, it makes no sense to me. I agree. So we'll keep you posted. He's been in the hospital for a while, a number of weeks now. All right, coming up, very special guest in the 4 o'clock hour. And also, what did Kirby say? Find out next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Signed defensive back Clark Phillips to his rookie deal. That happened today, coming from Atlanta to Utah, from Utah, should I say. Phillips was the 113th overall pick in the draft this year. We talked a lot about him.
Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year, right?
Yeah, this dude is just a playmaker, man, ball hawk. So he gets signed. We talked about Bijan. We'll let you hear more from Bijan coming up. Bijan Robinson, our first-round pick, is he was at rookie camp today. So coming together, Mike, and the schedule is coming together. Panthers win, Packers win, Lions lost, Jags lost, Texans win, Commanders win, at Buccaneers win.
Hey, we haven't beat the Commanders in 2 of the last years.
Commanders win. We got Heineke now. That's
we got their secret
lost.
sauce. He's our backup.
That's why we lost. Buccaneers win, Titans win, Vikings lost, at Cardinals win, and then we get to the bye.
Well, Kyler Murray could be playing quarterback by the time we play the Cardinals.
Woo!
Kyler Murray could be back.
Stack these wins, Mike Bell.
All right. Well, you and I don't know how you got there. I got there the same way. We beat the Saints back. If we can beat the Saints twice, I say that gets us to 10 wins. If we don't, then we're going to be in trouble.
It's legit. I mean, those games are huge, man.
Right. And it's the last game of the year. And again, unless, Carolina really does, Bryce Young hits the ground running. But if I think the season's going to be what it is, it's going to come down to us and the Saints, and that last game could be for the wild card and or the division, or mostly the division.
What do you guys think as the schedule is out now? And, this is the thing about the NFL. There's like not one more important game or a game more important than another. Mike's right, though. The quickest way to the playoffs is win your division. That's it. You don't have to worry about tiebreakers. You don't have to worry about common opponents in the NFC. Win your division. So beat the Panthers to start the season. Put pressure on them to have to do that and pay us back later in the year where maybe they're a better team, maybe they're not. We don't know. Bucs guys are taking a step back. I'm sorry. I'm not buying into Baker Mayfield, Mike. I know they still have some pieces, but that team has been slowly dismantled.
Right.
No Tom Brady, so the aura of Brady and what he brings, that's gone. Yes, I still know they got Mike Evans and company. But it's about the delivery system. Mike says it all the time. Who's throwing those guys the football?
Yeah, and their offensive line, how much is that going to be back in shape? They did pick up the kid with no teeth, Cody Mock. That was a guy that you and I had looked at. We were with Bergeron from Syracuse. But, yeah, you go back and you see, Mike Evans, Russell Gage is down there. And Godwin, is still there, as you mentioned. But running the football, yeah, it's you know what? Here's the thing, though. Baker, before we rule out Baker, he did plug in with the Rams.
Bum.
And those guys were pretty banged up. They still had some nice pieces of defense, but I was pretty impressed.
He's a bum.
Now, the thing with Baker is he'll give you that little taste. Oh, Baker's back. No, and then he'll go and because he's Baker. He's the girlfriend. It's the bad girlfriend you keep going back to. She's gonna take your heart out and step on it.
Mike, what has he done in this league that makes you believe he's gonna go to Tampa Bay and all of a sudden become this all-pro type player?
Just if Evans and Godwin stay healthy, those are some amazing wide receivers. That's the only reason. If they get, if he's on the mark, those are some pretty good playmakers. That's my rationale.
How can you believe in that?
Well, I'm just trying to poke some holes in it. Trying to look. If we get to 10 wins, I think we're in the playoffs. I think we're definitely got a chance to win the division. It's just everyone does this. Everybody's having fun with this. As sports radio hosts, we are duty bound to do this. But to me, it comes back to what's going to happen with the quarterback. Is Ritter going to handle his business?
But I will say this too. Yes, you're right. But I also believe everything I'm saying. I'm not telling you anything that I don't believe that's not true. This is not me getting here on the radio and being like, well, maybe I might feel like. You guys know this. I tell you exactly how I feel about everything, and this is how I feel about this team right now. There's no beating around the bush. Now, Mike's right. The schedule comes out and people overreact. If you want to say this is overreacting for us, great. But there's no shtick here. There's no magic about, well, we're going to go on and we're going to talk about the schedule and make it sound better than it is. If our team wasn't any good, go back 3 years ago. Told you, team wasn't any good. We'd be lucky to win 5-6 games. Last year with Marcus Mariota, we said we might not be a 500 team. It depends on a lot of different things. Don't know if we're going to be that good. It's changed.
Yeah, the last couple of years we had the over-under at 6.5 both seasons. And some guys thought we were crazy. Remember Sports Illustrated, ESPN, they had us winning 2 games last year. They had us taking the number 1 pick. And so you got to go and consider the source. I've said this to Carl a million times. Look, I get it. They go, why don't we get more pub on ESPN? Because
why?
People outside Atlanta don't care about Atlanta. That's why. If we had, when Deion was here or Mike Vick was here, that was juice. We had juice around the country because it was exciting. And maybe we're going to be that now with Bijan and with Ritter. Certainly with Bijan. And hopefully that gets people fired up. But you got to have a style of play to get people interested. You got to be in the playoffs. Those are the pedigrees of those primetime games.
I am all about these Atlanta Red Stallions, Mike. I feel like they are going to the playoffs, okay? That is what's happening with these Red Stallions.
Now, again, for guys who missed it, the Titans, everybody has their own way of doing the launch. Falcons did a lot of fun, had the everybody doing stuff on TikTok and Instagram, really some fun videos. The Titans did man on the street or person on the street in Nashville, and they got a lot of bachelorette parties, and they got a lot of doofuses, hipsters who didn't know anything about football, and they all misidentified. Some girls saw the Colts logo. That's Cowboys. So it was. So that's how the Falcons.
This one is the Red Stallions.
And by the way, I just retweeted this from a woman who tweeted out. She's a Falcon fan. She goes, "So are we supposed to see people now and go rawr?"
Well, here's the thing.
That's
Florida Dolphins.
Florida Dolphins. If we kick butt and we win a bunch of games this year, the Red Stallions thing will be something we'll be talking about all season.
Well, I'm all in on the Atlanta Red Stallions, and I hope you guys are too. 404-726-0929, our new number for you to text us, guys, and let us know how you feel. But yeah, this is where I'm at, and listen, if I'm right, which I think I am, then you guys will be like, man, you guys are right. If I'm wrong, that means a lot of things we think are going to go right went wrong. That means Pitts is not Pitts. London is not London. Bijan doesn't have the kind of year we expect, Mike. The blocking on this offensive line is not better than it was last year when we were third in the league in rushing. You're going to tell me all of that is not going to be better?
No, we got more depth. The money we spent, the lion's share went on the defensive side, but of course we did bring back the guys we had to bring back. You got McGarry, his deal. We talked about Lindstrom, and then you went and you got yourself a Bergeron, and this guy looks to be a beast who could play tackle, but he's going to plug and guard. So on paper, you're better. I know that McGarry and you and I debated what's he going to be. You said he's one of the keys. He's got to improve his game.
Got to improve, man.
They're paying him to improve his game. I went with Caden Ellis because I had to look at the stats. When we signed Caden Ellis in the Saints, I'm like, he had 7 sacks? Wow, he had 7 sacks with that team. Now you look at how he's going to be unleashed by the new defensive coordinator, his old boss, and what the scheme is. The only thing I don't know is because I don't really remember watching. I mean, I know what the Saints were. I think at Cam Jordan, I think some blitzes. But we knew what Dean Pease was going to do. How is this guy, how's Nielsen going to do it?
It's a good question.
Tigers, North Carolina Tigers.
North Carolina Tigers.
Who are these people?
By the way, Nashville is such a fun town. I mean, one thing for certain, if you see Nashville, or the Titans, I should say, on the schedule, you're pretty excited about that. You and I got to think that's around Halloween weekend. We can finagle a way to get up there for that one.
I'm going one way or the other.
I'm going either way. I like to do the show up there. We got a couple of bars we know, so let's do it.
I'm headed that way. That's going to be a fun weekend. And I hope the Titans, by the way, I hope they are starting Will Levis because it advantage us. Okay? Say what you want about Ryan Tannehill. He's played a lot of games in the NFL.
Right.
So, if he's still the quarterback and Will Levis is not ready, that may be a more difficult game. But I still like our chances, man. The Titans, I think, and Mike, we've said this with Coach Art, the window closed, I think, probably about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago with the Titans. When you talk about,
his best season was his last year with Arthur Smith.
Well, yeah, but Mike, they were on the cusp. There was about a 3-year period where they were right there, almost getting to the AFC Championship, losing games at home. And I don't know. I think, the loss of A.J. Brown and all that's happened. I mean, they lost to Taylor Lewan. That's a lot.
Him throwing a pick 6 against the Bengals was the springboard for the Bengals.
Crazy.
Bengals edged the Raiders at home, and then they went up there to Nashville and beat their brains in. And thanks to Ryan Tannehill.
All right, guys. A special guest is on the way. It's Dukes and Bell. Let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Sean Hairston hits us.
I do think there's probably a degree of disrespect that they feel. But either way, I understand if they're going to say it's recruiting, so be it. I can care less.
Yeah, and then, as far as the Florida rivalry game, it's been extended in Jacksonville for 2024-2025. We've heard all of this stuff over the last few years, especially with the expansion of the SEC, Oklahoma, Texas coming. Is this thing going to stay in Jacksonville?
This is the thing. Now, the reports I read, Chris, we were talking about this the other day. They're saying 2 years of work to upgrade that stadium because you guys, Florida, Georgia fans or Falcon fans have been down there. You know how tight those corridors are. Man, there's some terrible choke points in that stadium. It's kind of like the old Madison Square Garden. So they got to put some money into it. So I guess they're saying the Jaguars are going to play in the Citrus Bowl in Orlando for 2 seasons, which is interesting. So that would get you your game in Athens and your game in Gainesville and then back to Jacksonville.
And I like that.
Me too.
I like that.
They did that years ago. That's when our buddy Chris Doering went for like 7 touchdowns in Athens.
All right, guys, stay right there. Our special guest is going to join us coming up next. He's fun, and we hadn't seen him in a while.
Right.
Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell. It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. You guys know we bring you the biggest and the best guests in the ATL. This is a gentleman that's in studio. We told you we had a special guest for you. And, Mike, he was on our show before the start of what became one of the greatest starts to a franchise in the history of sports. And we're talking about Atlanta United. And Darren Eales is back.
There he is. El Jefe, turn his mic on for crying out loud. Chris, we're on Amazon. Make this production value. Edit this now. But yeah, man, El Jefe, welcome back to the A, man.
Yeah, great to be here, guys.
It is. It's good to see you. Now, for those who are not familiar, Darren was our president with Atlanta United. Guys, he helped build this along with Carlos Bocanegra and a lot of great other folks. But it was his vision with Atlanta United that, and this goes back. I mean, Mike and I going to a reveal party of what the kits were going to look
Remember
like.
That at the compound, we knew soccer was going to be big in the state here in Atlanta. 4,000 people trying to get into the launch party.
And the name had been leaked, if you remember.
Right,
Everyone
right.
knew what the name was, so it wasn't even a surprise.
And we were like, well, who's going to be down there? We get down there, and there's a line around the corner, and we're like, maybe people are interested. So, Darren, it's good to have you back now with Newcastle, guys. We're going to talk about why he's back in Atlanta here in just a second, but let's just kind of get caught up, man. I mean, you take the job, you go back home, but you miss a little bit, right? You miss us a little bit.
Absolutely, and it's been interesting because it's been so busy at Newcastle, obviously, new job. I went straight into the Premier League at the start of the season. But flying over, that excitement of coming back to Atlanta, and we've been at the training ground today, so just to see those old familiar faces that I hadn't seen for 9 months. Right. I love this city so much.
And obviously, Newcastle is doing great. For those who don't follow European soccer, you've got obviously the championship, but you've got the Champions League. And right now, you guys are in third, which means more money and, more importantly, more competition, the prestige of it. And they can all attribute that to you.
I think it's more about timing, Mike. I'd love to. But to be fair, Eddie Howe, the coach, has done a great job. But no, you're right. We're ahead of schedule because our wage bill is probably 8th or 9th in the league. So you usually finish where your wage bill is. Right. But we've got a chance to finish in the top 4 and get the moolah from the Champions League. And we're pretty excited about that.
Darren Eales, our guest in studio, guys. Atlanta United, by the way, playing tomorrow against Charlotte. Pregame at 7. Kicks at 7:30 here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I've got my old Biggie kit. Darren brought a new one.
These are unbelievable.
And I'm like, what? This is awesome right here. So I can literally now wear, my Atlanta United Miggy Almiron kit. And now I have this one. And you guys will be able to see on our YouTube and Twitch videos that are out there. But, man, thank you so much. What's been the biggest difference going back and being in the position you're in as far as managing? And is it just the pressure that's involved?
Yeah, I think Atlanta United was amazing. The support we got was incredible. But you guys know, you talk about 5 different sports and you've got the colleges and everything else. And obviously in England and in Newcastle in particular, it is all about just the football team. And so that level of pressure. And look, we're in a great position. So it's a privilege to have that role. And I'm excited. I get up every day excited about what we can do. But you also feel that sort of pressure because Newcastle, I'm trying to think of the equivalent in American football, but they haven't won a trophy for over 50 years. So, but the fans,
it's the Jets.
Yeah, but 52,000 every game, packed out stadium. So we had a Carabao Cup against Manchester United, the League Cup. We lost it, but we basically took over London. It was just incredible. So the fan base is there. And so we've now got this team and people can believe. So it's quite exciting. So it feels a little bit like, I joke about it being a 130-year-old startup. It's like Atlanta United. We've actually now got the chance to create something special. So we're pretty excited.
And for guys who don't follow the English Premier League, Newcastle, I'll speak like a typical provincial American, the very northern end of England, right before you get into Scotland.
That's right, nearly Scotland, yeah.
Where Brian Johnson is from AC/DC, and Mark Knopfler. But I remember, what's the movie Goal, Carl? The kid comes from L.A., and he goes after the goal, the dream begins. It just seems like, again, it's a religion up there.
Yeah, and it's a one city, so similar to here, a one city, one club, but so everybody cares about Newcastle United. So, grannies wear the shirts on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. It's like properly the whole sort of city. And it is, it's that culture. So, it's building something special, but we're really excited about coming here, obviously, because, when we had a chance to play in the summer series for the Premier League, we've got 6 teams, but the marquee game is Newcastle United against Chelsea at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on the 26th. Going to be amazing. And Mike, I know, I know you've got your Chelsea allegiances, but for this one game with Miggy, the hometown hero, coming back, I'm expecting you to at least give us some love.
Well, you know what? When Abramovich Carl got the boot, I'm out on Chelsea. Okay, I'm done. No more rooting for teams with oligarchs. I'm rooting for new guys. I said, Carl, I relinquish. I renounce.
You're done?
I renounce the Blues. I renounce Stamford Bridge and Chelsea. Okay.
Yeah, and
I'm in like in for a penny and for a pound.
Yeah,
with
Newcastle's the sister city of Atlanta, which I didn't realise till recently. So come on, you've got to go.
Nice. There you go.
Go
Chelsea's
for the Magpies.
dead to me.
Fair enough. We are going to host, guys, the 2026 World Cup, right? You were a big part of that and helping get that for the city. This, I think, is going to be as close to that with the environment and the fanfare with the clubs that are playing in this, Darren. Just talk about what the premise is and the purpose and how this is going to go on around the different parts of the country.
Yeah, so Premier League have traditionally done a preseason tournament, usually out in the Far East, but because America's such an important market now with NBC and basically creating that Saturday morning slot where people have got their teams. So the idea is a 6-team tournament. So we'll be playing Aston Villa in Philadelphia on the 22nd. Then we come here to play a double header. So I think it's Brighton against Brentford and then us against Chelsea at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They're putting grass down. So I think it's a good test case, to your point, Mike, about, okay, this stadium, when the World Cup comes in 26 and grass needs to be put down, how does that look? But it's sold out. Within 48 hours, most of the tickets were gone. So that's going to be a great game. Then we finish against Brighton out in New Jersey. So we can't wait for it. It's going to be great. And of course, for us, we're trying to sort of connect with we have the Atlanta Mags, which is the Magpies, our nickname. So we've got 7. It's like the olden days. I'm down at the brew house at 7 a.m. doing a Q&A and having 2 pints before sort of 9 o'clock and a full English breakfast. But anyone who wants to come down there, Atlanta United fans are welcome as well. We're putting on breakfast, but it's just a chance. We're playing Leeds, a huge match for us. Right. We can get that win, and then it'll be an all-dayer, and we'll end up at Mercedes-Benz Stadium to see Atlanta United thrash Charlotte.
Nice. And again, it's the Darren Eales. If you're just tuning in, guys, in studio, former president of Atlanta United, now the big muckety muck for Newcastle over in the UK. So we're in the same kind of boat we were in with Miggy. You went and found Almada. You created this pipeline from South America. Can you do the same business model in the UK? Does that fly?
It's a little bit different. I mean, the one thing I'd say is an advantage is we don't have the designated player spot. So the way it works in England is you can spread it around your squad. But I think, there's always going to be that trick, and we're in it now. We're punching above our weight. We're going to hopefully go into a Champions League cycle. But there'll always be that moment when the right price comes for a player. And it doesn't matter whether you're in England or in MLS. Sometimes you have to take that either because the money's too good or because the player wants that move. So it's the dynamic that you get in soccer that isn't in other sports. And, I think we had that with Miggy when we said to him, if you remember back when we signed him, I remember talking to you guys, look, the plan was come and give us a couple of good years, win us a trophy, and then you get that move. And we couldn't deny him that move when he had the opportunity. And obviously he's now at Newcastle. This season he's been a revelation, scored 11 goals just up to Christmas. And, he's the same old smiling Miggy that puts his heart and soul in. And he loves Atlanta, so he's still asking me about, Atlanta. So, he can't wait to come back and play here. But I think, Thiago always knew he was going to be top drawer, and you saw that by being in the Argentina squad. So think about that, an actual player in the MLS who's part of the team that wins the World Cup. And I think, the question is going to be, and you've got great people in charge of the club that will make the right decision, but when is that moment that you get that offer that is the right move for the club, right move for the player? And of course, again, then makes it easier to recruit that next player because you've shown a pipeline.
How tough was it to get Thiago, though? It was rough, right?
It was hard.
It was hard.
Yeah, no, it was. Couldn't be more pleased. I mean, he's a great talent, and the start this season, some of the goals he scored in clutch situations. I mean, that free kick, when even I'm watching it on the telly thinking, why the heck are you shooting? And then it goes in, you're like, great goal. But I think, that is, he's clearly a talent, and he's going to be a great player. But it was hard work getting him, but they're always hard work, the ones that they're in demand. And, really pleased for Atlanta United that he came on board because he's such a special player.
It's Darren Eales with us live in studio here in your home of Atlanta United. I don't think it's tampering, even though you're an executive in England, but is the Messi thing viable here in the States, or can he make too much money going to the Middle East?
I think it'll be an interesting question. I mean, he loves Miami, so I think, that's been the sort of smoke signals is his family enjoys Miami. I think the league, I've always been a big fan, as you know, of MLS, and it's growing, and he'd clearly be a game changer if he came across here. So I think it's going to be a question of, what is able to be put in the package to entice him. But, they've been quite resourceful in the past in terms of trying to attract those talent they think is going to change the game, and I think he'd be a game changer.
Could they market him? I mean, like commercial. I mean, from the commercial aspect, just doing more endorsements over here, like he's done over there.
Yeah, commercially, just in terms of the eyeballs for the Apple deal. So you could see a number of avenues. And again, with the 2026 World Cup coming, which, by the way, guys, is going to be huge because think of the last 2 World Cups, Qatar and Russia. Everyone is going to come to America, Mexico, and Canada. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
I got to pump my chest out and then ask you for a favor. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. So Mike and I went to the Final Four a couple months back, right? March. Right. We're on this flight. Guy sitting like 2 seats over from me. We start talking, and we get into this conversation about travel, and he somehow comes up and says, well, I'm going over to Newcastle to see them play for the first time in my life. And I'm like, well, I know a guy at Newcastle. And he says, I've never been, but he's watched the games. And the randomness of this, Darren, is just, you get this all the time, I'm sure. People around the world, and Mike and I talk about Premier League and the fan and the fandom, right, following this league. And so he's like, I've never been, but I can't wait to go. He's coming over this summer or when the season resumes. And he says, so I told him, I said, well, I know a guy. And he goes, really? And I go, yeah, he runs Newcastle. So now I feel like, I've got to come through for this guy. But long story short is, how much has it grown? Do you feel like it's the same when you were over there before? How much has it grown?
No, I mean, it really is. It's a great question, Carl. So the first game I went back to was Manchester City, Newcastle at St. James's Park. It was 3-3. It was an unbelievable game. I'd been gone, 7.5 years? The standard of the Premier League is out this world. And it's because you've got teams like Bournemouth that are outspending the Bundesliga in the January window. Wow. And, those smaller clubs have all got talented players. So I think the level's amazing. And, the issue we've got, and part of, our excitement of coming out here and bringing the team to America and to Atlanta, Philadelphia, New York is, we're an amazing club with a sold-out season ticket, every game. There's a massive waiting list. But we've also got all of this international because of the global appeal of it. So how can we connect? And that's part of the fun. So those stories are, music to my ears because we want people that are in America, in, China, wherever they may be, to have Newcastle as their team. And the only way we're going to do that, it's no different from how we built Atlanta United, is you've got to build a connection. It's a different connection than in the city, but that's what we're trying to do. So at the Brew House tomorrow at 7 a.m. That's about building this fan base and trying to build that connection.
I know we got a jet, but the Man City, is this the end of the Man City run because of the financial issues that they impose on the league?
It'll be interesting. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with that, but what you would say at the moment is they're an amazing team.
Yes, understood.
Darren Eales, it is a pleasure to see you guys. These matches we're talking about, they're going to happen July 26th. Darren mentioned it. Tickets sold out, right? Yep. This is going to be an event, but we had to have you in studio. We appreciate you reaching out and saying, hey, coming back and visiting our guys, man. We thank you so much for hanging out with us. Tomorrow again. What time again tomorrow?
7 a.m. at the Brew House, little 5 points, and hopefully I'll see you guys in July.
Right
Yes,
on.
sir.
We'll be right behind the Magpies bench, Carl.
We will be there. Darren Eales, thank you so much for stopping by. Mike, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Who's America's favorite mama? It's coming up. And Phil Mickelson popping off again about Live Golf. We'll explain.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yes! Great catching up with an old friend, Darren Eales. Just realized, Carl, we lost a golden marketing opportunity with this show that airs on Amazon in the UK.
What's that?
We didn't have the beer out front. We didn't have the Dukes and Bell Man product placement.
Well, I was going to say, where isn't there some in here already? Well, there it is.
Chris, get in here and grab the beer and get it on camera for God's sakes. The greatest beer in America. You
yes.
People in Newcastle, you know brown ale. Well, this is blonde ale. You'll love it. So get over there.
Try it. Try it, please.
Talk real quick while I grab the beer.
Yeah, there's some cans. We keep some cans in here. Sometimes they get moved around the studio, but there is the beer. It's Dukes and Bell. Yeah, and Darren stopped by, guys. We didn't want to tell folks because, he's in town. He's got a lot of stuff going on, but this is going to be great for our city. And that's the bigger thing. I mean, the World Cup is one thing, but when you have the Premier League coming to your city for the first ever preseason tournament in the United States,
right,
and we're a part of it, it just doesn't get any bigger than that. So
I want it now.
That's exactly right.
So great catching up with our man Darren Eales. Just so much fun. All right, a couple of things for you, Carl. Obviously, it is Mother's Day this weekend. I know for you taking care, you're going to cook for Michelle. Right?
I am.
Being the baby's mama. A couple of folks were asked a question. This is kind of funny. It was a survey done, and I saw this first. I'm like, who is Saint Pierre? Well, Saint Pierre is a bread company that makes brioche. And apparently, Mother's Day coincides with National Brioche Day.
Okay.
Which, I don't know about you, it's one of my favorite breads. It's light and flaky and delish. So anyway, they did a poll amongst their customers, who is the greatest mom in America? Yes, who do you think, and again, this can be pop culture, this can be music, this can be a sports family, it could be anything. Number one in the top 20, Lois Griffin of Family Guy is America's favorite mom.
Lois! I love Family Guy, man.
Oh, Peter. Yeah, man. Michelle Obama came in second. Serena Williams took third.
Okay.
Beyonce, J-Lo, Rihanna, Drew Barrymore, Goldie Hawn.
Wow.
Who's had some kids, including Kate Hudson. Well, again, they never got married, her and Kirk, but obviously she's the mama. Carol Brady came in at number 10. Here's where it gets a little sideways. Morticia Addams, number 11 for the Addams family. Yeah. Also making the list, Peg Bundy, married with children. Angelina Jolie, who's got about 15 kids.
Peg Bundy still resonates. I guess so if the Brady Bunch still does, right? Because I was going to say that. But boy, Peg Bundy.
The one that made me I got a kick out of this. Top
Lewis.
Mummy.
Lewis.
Mummy.
Lewis. Mom.
You know, when drunk Larry calls Susan, his wife, that's what plays.
Well, my wife, that's what my daughter's ringtone is when Trinity calls my wife.
Sarah Connor. Mom. Sarah Connor cracked the top 20, as in the Terminator.
Really?
Yeah. She was a bad mother.
Wow. No, that's a surprise. Yeah. So who was voting on this? Do we know?
Just people who buy brioche took the time to get on a website. Now, I mean, at first when I saw this, I thought it was like People Magazine or something like that, But no, or Vanity Fair. No, it was just somebody who tied it in with a website. And they hired somebody to do this. That makes me chuckle. All right, man. Phil Mickelson, we didn't get to this. It happened earlier in the week, but today I thought it'd be kind of fun to talk about. On a Friday, Mickelson continues to pop off, saying there is collusion between the PGA Championship and the PGA Tour. And I don't think that takes too much of a leap, even though Phil, let's be honest, he steps in it all the time. This is one where I could kind of see Lefty's side of the story. He blasted them because, for instance, Liv has Taylor Gooch, and they said to rule him out, he calls that a touch the D ends with a K move.
Oh, wow.
And the reason he said that is he posted it and then he deleted it is because apparently before he had joined Liv Golf, Gooch had done enough to qualify for being in the PGA Championship.
He had done enough.
But again, they said the PGA said if you join Liv, you can't be on tour. But the PGA Championship, I don't remember saying you couldn't do majors.
Yeah, I don't remember that either, Mike. So you're saying this is selective bias?
Correct. Gooch qualified 9 months ago via Tour Championship, Mickelson tweeted last Friday, 3 months ago. What changed? The wording, the criteria. He goes, total blank move by the head of the PGA Championship, and he leads our governing body. That's sad. So anyway, a lot of folks are saying that Phil maybe has a real argument here, that this dude did have the bona fides to be in the PGA Championship.
Look, I do think there are going to be certain circumstances as Liv continues to try to build its reputation. Nobody's watching Liv again. We mentioned this because...
I finally got to see something about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
What'd you think?
Well, it's, you're so used to the PGA and the format, no matter whether the PGA is on CBS or NBC, but you're used to the format. They got music playing in the background. Guys are wearing shorts.
It's loose.
They have this team concept. So you have the leaderboard, but there's also teams. So you have the logos for the different teams.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't like it was the worst thing, but it was strange. It was different.
I've not watched one live event, and part of that is just because of where you got to go to find it. But the point is, I do think, Mike, there are going to be certain circumstances in these individual cases that play out like this.
Right.
And I think, again, Phil played great at the Masters, guys, and for all the crap we gave him. And I said, I can't cheer for Phil because the circumstances that surround him going to live. But he was great at the Masters. He may not be wrong about this. Right. He may not be wrong about this.
Hey, we mentioned this earlier, talking with Chris, our engineer, Turtle, our producer, about what's up with Jamie Foxx. Where is Jamie Foxx? Now, for what it's worth, his daughter addressing on the social media, different platforms, it's been a month now since he went into the hospital here in Atlanta. He was making a TV series, a Netflix comedy with Cameron Diaz when he had some kind of health concern. And there were various rumors. I don't want to misquote. Some people said it was a stroke or it was whatever it was. He's in the hospital for a while. Well, his daughter says, no, the media is making this thing up, and he's been home now for a while. She says, and I just don't know where this comes from, but I presume she's sticking up for her dad. She says that so sad to see how the media runs wild. My dad has been out of the hospital for weeks, recuperating. In fact, he was playing pickleball yesterday. Thanks for everyone's prayers and support. You and I said this earlier. Jamie Foxx is one of the biggest celebrities on the planet. He's an Oscar winner, singer, dancer, actor, raconteur. You can do it all, right? He was last time we saw him, he was in the suite. He did like 5 minutes on the Bally's broadcast talking about Trey and everything else. Just a good dude. So I just can't imagine there's not 2 or 3 TMZ reporters, or at least photographers, I should say, stringers, waiting outside the hospital when Jamie Foxx eventually leaves the hospital, or somebody from the hospital, it happens, might leak it to a media source. So she says he's been home for weeks.
Unless this is a movie that we're not aware of, and they were able to sneak him out of the back door and put him in some kind of vehicle that we're not aware of, this would be everywhere. Because there are too many people concerned about the welfare of Jamie Foxx, including me. And I don't believe this to be true, but I can't dispute his daughter, because if anybody would know, Mike, she's been there with him and she's been there. I don't know why you would put this out if it wasn't true, but it's just hard to believe. In the pickleball part,
right?
Like,
of all the things to be doing,
like you're coming out of the hospital. Like if she said he's been at home resting and he's recuperating and
right.
Pickleball.
Yeah, I just, for what it's worth, nobody officially from his camp has said anything about what happened to him in the first place. There's been rumors now, guys like Kevin Hart have posted videos saying Jamie's doing well, he's fine. So again, until somebody, I'm not trying to be mean-spirited, I just want to know, like a lot of Jamie Foxx fans, where's he at? What's going on? And until you see him actually speaking somewhere on a video or something,
yeah.
These rumors and guesswork will continue.
In an effort to, and by the way, I would totally buy this if they said, hey, Jamie Foxx has been released, and due to privacy, he doesn't want to do anything, but he is. Okay, great. We at least know he's been released.
Right.
There's nothing like that's out there. So it is just a weird story that's coming, again, from family and certainly his daughter. I got to take it with, the benefit of the doubt, Mike, but I'm having a hard time buying into it.
Hey, a couple guys hit us up when I was reading that Mother's Day list. Again, guys, it's not like it's a Nielsen survey. Coach Terry saes that list is whack without Claire Huxtable.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, again, it's from people who only eat brioche breads who took the time to take this poll. Yeah. Hey, I asked Carl yesterday, you guys, if you're listening to the show, if you weren't, I'll just give you a quick rehash. I'm in the backyard doing some work. Ike starts going, roo, roo, roo. I see there's a snake, a big snake going up the side of the wall. Took pictures, had over 150 people tell me what kind of snake it was. Don't kill it. It's a good snake. It's a rat snake. But here's the deal. And you told me to kill it. And again, because
no good snake,
anytime there's a snake on the side of your house, it's kind of creepy, maybe going towards your attic. So this morning, before the rains came down on the south side, I take Ike for his walk, punch up the garage door. And as we're walking, Ike, almost like a dog at the airport, he what do they call the phrase when a dog locates? He starts sniffing around the right rear tire of my car. And then he's like sniffing around under the bumper. And the engine in the car is in the back now. It's a new Corvette. Do you think a snake got up in the underside of the car?
It's possible, Mike.
They go for warm. I got home last night. The garage door was up. Take the garbage cans out. So now what do I do?
Well, listen, if he's in there, he's going to come out. At some point, he's going to come because you're going to rev that thing up and get it going. But I don't put it past. Snakes end up in the craziest places,
right?
And they can maneuver.
We've seen videos of snakes in wheel wells, engine blocks. So that's why I'm freaked
snakes
out.
On planes.
I'm sick of these mother. So here's the deal, though. My wife put enough mothballs out there to make everybody's house in the neighborhood smell like grandma's. But I'm a little nervous because the dog, he's never gone to that. He's never sniffed around the car.
Well, listen, they don't do that just because. If their noses are so good, you know this. Right. And if there's something in there, maybe it's not a snake, maybe it was something other, some other little critter. But you've got snake on the brain right now, so you're thinking it's probably the snake and where he might have ended up.
Right. Look, I left Midtown because it was kind of annoying hearing Dodge Challengers at 4 a.m. Now I got snakes and armadillos. Unbelievable. Chris, by the way, got gas today over by Ponce. You ever seen the dude who dresses up, wears the Tina Turner wig?
He's a close personal friend, Mike.
If you're around Midtown, this is kind of the added attraction. Girl, I'm pumping gas like, hey, baby, you got any money? I got no cash, darling. How about some water? I go, what am I all of a sudden, a convenience store? Anyway, there's Guy Talk, brought to you by Dukes and Bell. Hey, man, Ale. Try it, our blonde ale and our watermelon lime.
Coming up, no primetime games. What it says about our Falcons. We'll talk about the schedule, and we'll hear from Bijan next.
The 5 o'clock hour is brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Big enough to serve, small enough to care.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, the schedule is out and we've got to talk about it. Come close to your radio. Come close to your smart speaker. Come close to your computer. How do the Falcons not get any primetime games? It's simple. We haven't earned it. And so until we do, and until the NFL believes, hey, we're a team on the come, and we're winning, and we're exciting, and all the things, and we got more star power, regardless of what we think, that is what this is about. So we don't get any primetime games, no Thursday night games, and that's just where it is. But 4 out of the first 6 games are at home. Mike, that is good for us. As we've been talking about the schedule all day, we gave you our projections a little bit earlier in the show, and we'll go back through this. But we get the bye week in Week 11, and, of course, the London game against the Jags. But I like the way the schedule shook out.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to see was the bye week because, in some cases, I thought last year the bye week came way too late, right? And in some years we've had it way too early, and you'd really want to have it in the middle to the third quarter of the season if you can. And when you play in London, the league basically lets you choose when you get your bye week. So the Falcons are going to play the Texans the week after they play in London. So fly back and then play the Texans here. But they decided on that Week 11, which is great, which I think is 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. So that's when they'll be off. The thing I do like, the division could, if we do our job and the Saints do their job, it could come down to that final week of the season, Week 18. That's, I think, January 7th or 8th that weekend against the Saints. Carl, I think if we can beat the Saints twice, I think we can get to 10 wins. And, the schedule, the thing about doing this, I know it's funny and everyone does it, and there's no way of knowing who's going to have injuries or which team you thought was going to be good is bad. But, there's certain things when you look at, Carl, as a fan, you just feel that's a game you feel confident about. And we'll see where it goes.
You mock draft?
Hell yeah.
Why?
Exactly.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And whether the mocks were right on point or they were close, the deal with this is you either feel some kind of way about your team, good or bad, or maybe indifferent. And right now, compared to where I was last year, I said this earlier, come close. Didn't feel good about Marcus Mariota last year.
I told you he's a bum.
I didn't. And so when the season played out the way it did, it was like, I feel completely different with the direction and the players on this team and where we're going, Mike. So we open against the Panthers. The Packers come in here September 17th. We're at the Lions, and then in London, October 1st. That's the 4 games to start the season. Will we be 2-2? Will we be 3-1? Texans, Commanders, at Buccaneers, at Titans. That's the next 4 from October 8th through the end of October, October 29th. Will we be 2-2? Will we be 3-1? Vikings at Cards, then the bye week, Week 11, Mike, and then the Saints through November 26th, which is Thanksgiving. Do you win 3 or 2 of those before the bye week? This is how we're breaking down this schedule, guys. And then you get to that last 5 games, which used to be 4. Jets, Buccaneers, Panthers, Colts, Bears. I like this. And I think the bigger thing is Mike said this earlier this week. He said, are you looking at all these quarterbacks we're playing? Who are the most difficult quarterbacks we're going to face?
Well, that's just it. I mean, Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, Kirk Cousins with the Vikings. You get to Trevor Lawrence when we play the Jaguars in London. Perhaps Kyler Murray when we play Arizona if he's back and he's healthy. But that's just about it. I mean, Derek Carr is probably one of the more accomplished guys. But no one's really scared by Derek Carr and the Saints. Maybe we should be. We'll find out. The thing is, and you talked about why we're not in prime time, you've got to be a brand to be in prime time. You've got to be in the postseason. You got to be in the postseason. We haven't been there since, 2017.
It's been a while.
You got to have a star quarterback. We don't have a star quarterback yet. You got to have an offensive identity. Falcon fans know our identity is running the football. Well, everybody wants to watch scores in the 50s on the NFL. Everybody wants to see passing. So hopefully the passing game will be happening because of the run play, thanks to play action, and Ritter will ball. But ESPN has us at 8 wins on the over-under because they don't believe Ritter's the guy. They basically say Ritter's no better than a Bryce Young or any other rookie who's starting this year. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's the logic behind where we're getting zero respect.
Yeah, and listen, it's hard to argue that, even though you could say, well, he's played 4 games and Bryce Young hadn't played any, and C.J. Stroud hadn't played any. I understand that, but they're not wrong. So let's go earn this. today, Falcons rookie camp got started, and I want you to hear from our first-round pick, Bijan Robinson, who, says this in kind of jest, but they are going to use him all over the field. Listen to what he said about where Art was using him today as they got things rolling.
Yeah, well, obviously, the first practice today, he uses me everywhere, from receiver to running back, and he exploits my, he lets me do my abilities and skill set the right way, whether it's catching the ball, running routes, obviously running the football, blocking, doing it all. And he told me, man, I'm gonna coach you hard, and I don't expect nothing less because, I need him to, he has a plan for me and with his coaching style and making sure that I'm doing the right thing on the field and always, pushing myself to new limits, new heights. I gotta match that and obviously, come 50-50 with him and, give great effort, be a good leader. Obviously I'm young, so I'm trying to learn, how to be a leader and how to be a guy that can, do things well for my teammates, but he gonna coach me hard, and I don't expect nothing less because we're all trying to do something big here.
Why is there always somebody doing deadlifts no matter who's speaking with the Falcons? Literally, it could be Christmas morning. It could be camp in August. Somebody's always doing deadlifts within microphone shot. Anyway, there's our boy Bijan talking about everything he's been asked to do. And apparently, according to guys like Joe Patrick, who was up there to watch the rookie mini camp, he was all over the place. And there's a couple of videos already of him making, look, I know it's indoors, he's in shorts, but he's making nice catches. Looks like a superstar.
Yeah.
As far as the body style, what you'd expect him to look like. It looked like a slug.
Well, listen, when we had him on the day after the draft, he was flexing. He had on the big muscle shirt. We were talking to folks up there at Flowery Branch, and they were like, if I look like that, I'd walk around like that too. Here's Bijan
If I look like that, I wouldn't wear pants.
Jeez, Bijan talking about he's not paying attention to any of the predictions about this team.
It's really easy for me to just not pay attention to that stuff. I know that God has a plan for me, and if it's to do those kind of things, then that's what I'm gonna do. But I do know that I'm gonna work as hard as I can to be the best football player, best teammate I can be, and then obviously get everything down the right way when it comes to the playbook and my assignments and know what I'm supposed to do. And then after that, then hopefully those kind of things will be in my life.
Now, we not only gave you win totals from each of us on this show, we also gave you team MVP and the most improved player, right? This is just where we're at right now. As the season plays out, hopefully we'll roll this tape back,
right?
At the end of December and go, man, remember in May when we said after the schedule came out, Chris picked Bijan Robinson as a team MVP. We all had somebody pretty much different, and for no various reasons. Guys, it takes a team. It's going to take more. Bijan's got to be a dude, but it's going to take more than that. It takes other guys. As a matter of fact, I think it was Big Bo, who's behind the glass, our engineer, who said, Mike, Jesse Bates. He had Jesse Bates as a guy as a team MVP.
And just because I didn't know, I wasn't that familiar with Caden Ellis when he came over here from the Saints, but when you think about it, I said Bijan Robinson for my offensive MVP, and I said, you know what, I'm going to go with Caden Ellis for my defensive MVP and see if this guy pops and maybe, hits a bunch of sacks. Remember, he was brought in here by our new defensive coordinator, Nielsen, and this guy hopefully is going to get the most out of this dude. So I just went outside the box and said, maybe Ellis will be a dude. Because remember, we signed him. Everyone's like,
yeah,
who the hell is Caden Ellis?
Player, man. He played well for them.
I tell you what, we could have used a guy who got 7 sacks last season on this team.
No doubt. Bijan Robinson was also talking about handling expectations. It's always hard when you're a high draft pick and people expect you, like us, to come in and make a difference.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm going to have expectations, but for me, it's just another opportunity to be the best player I can be. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes and a lot of people, but if I just focus on being a good teammate and understanding that, to bring my, expertise and my skill set to this offense, then I think everything will take care of itself. So I'm really more excited to show, what I can do as a good teammate, and then let everything else, go from there.
Good teammate, Mike. Listen, he's already saying all these things. And Like, he hadn't played it down. He's talking about team and the plan with the team and the team.
And a lot of rookies come out of the college experience, and they sometimes the same lexicon of phrasing carries with them.
It does.
But it's good. And look, hopefully he maintains that kind of attitude and energy. But I can tell you this, everything, if you heard the conversation with Sarkisian to everything else that was out there in the scouting report, this guy's the real deal. He's not a phony, okay? It's not like he's acting or fronting. This is the way this dude is.
Yeah, I just, what if Bijan was like, y'all know why they drafted me? You know how special I am. when it comes to putting the ball in my hands, things amazingly I mean, like if he was saying those kind of things, you'd be feeling some kind of way. The point is, he's playing his position. He hasn't done anything here yet. He gets that, but he's going to have an opportunity, Mike.
And I know that for the most part, unless the team is cheap or the I'm trying to think the last time we had some kind of weird first round delay. I think it was Bosa. I want to say with the Chargers, but for the most part, it's slotted. But it is kind of cool. He's one of the first guys to sign his deal. You know, I mean, you can take that. Maybe that means something, maybe it doesn't. But it wasn't, like, show me the money. I got top 5 skills.
Yes, exactly.
So he's ready to rock. And now all we can go by is what we're getting from the feedback and things that were said today. Bergeron apparently is impressing a lot of people as well. The tackle playing guard that we drafted from Syracuse in the second round.
All right, one last thing from Bijan Robinson. Again, Falcons rookie camp started today. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, it's done, and we will talk about it. Here's Bijan talking about being a part of this talented offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting, man. And for them to give me a chance to come out here and to show the abilities that I've been given, I think it's pretty cool because, Drake and Kyle, those are obviously two great players for the team, for the NFL. They do things the right way at their position. So hopefully I can, learn from them in practices and even off the field, see how they became, successful in their game so I can become, successful in mine.
Let's go Red Stallions! Woo!
Now, again, for people just getting in your cars, in case you're wondering why Falcons Twitter says Red Stallions, there was a kind of cool launch. Every team has their own style. The Falcons did people doing skits on social media about each team, each week's opponent, which some funnier than others. And then the Titans did a man or person on the street where they were asking fans, they were showing them NFL logos and then asking them what was the name of the team. And a lot of bachelorette parties, there was a lot of hipsters, and they showed them the Colts, and somebody goes, "Oh, that's the Cowboys." And so we became the Red Stallions. You'll hear in a second, but there was a young woman saw our logo, and then she said, "That's not." I think what they say for Tampa Bay, she go, "That's the Pirates of the Caribbean." Rawr. So the Titans had some fun with theirs, and then we had fun with what they did. So that's why it says Red Stallions on Falcons Twitter today.
A couple of years ago, Falcons crushed it, and their social media team does a good job. But that was a couple of years ago when
the Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that was the one. I mean, it popped, it hit. It was perfect.
And they roped that into the opening pregame ceremonies. It was dramatic. It was cool as heck.
So these things have become a big deal. And we're talking about, the releases of the schedule and how teams put it out there to their fan bases. And the Titans did a really creative thing and a fun thing, but it's become really funny as basically none of these folks got any of these teams right. And now we are the Atlanta Red Stallions. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up,
This one is the Red Stallions.
We're going to go around the league with Brent McCauley at 5:40. Yeah, Mike, that's the thing. Now that we see Falcon fans, instead of going, rise up, it's going to be roar.
And now, like we were the Dirty Birds, our new pseudonym, it's the Atlanta Falcons, a.k.a. Red Stallions.
Love it. I love it. It's just so funny, man. And when you see the video, again, it makes it even better.
Right.
That's the thing. It is a visual thing you need to check out. All right. We're going to talk more about the schedule coming up. As I mentioned, Grant's going to join us, but we're also going to get into something I think most NFL owners and most NFL fans are happy about, and that is the Commanders have been sold.
Thank God.
It's done. We'll tell you who bought them. We'll tell you what that may look like. And yes, it was a record amount of money. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Today, people are freaking out. Me, I don't give a damn. But there are a lot of people who have lost their blue check marks and are freaking out over the Twitter. Now, I don't know what social media drives your life, okay? Facebook, TikTok, there's a Insta, it doesn't matter where you're at. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of people today are complaining, Mike, and I don't know where this goes, all right? I don't know if Elon Musk gives a damn about what people think, because he's changing this format to a paid subscription service now if you want to be verified, which is hilarious. Right. But there are a lot of folks, okay, and I'm saying this, whether it be members of the media, entertainers, okay, folks who have been verified for the reason of clarity. Understand why they did this. They did this so that misinformation and somebody couldn't falsify you or make up the fact that I want to be Mike Bell today, say something stupid that might come out of Mike Bell's mouth.
Which is still a good opportunity.
And then it's out there and Mike Bell goes, wait a minute, that's not me.
Right. It's like when somebody goes Adam Schefter with an extra C, H, or F, and you see the same site as Adam Schefter, you go, wait a minute, Adam Adam Schefter said the Ravens just traded Lamar Jackson to the Falcons, and that's part of it. The thing is so funny is just in my case because I always get ticked off because I had like I had a lot more followers and I got in trouble on Twitter, and then somebody stole my account. It happened, and then the only thing was. When I came back with my new account, they never verified me. And I'm like, I've been in radio for my whole life, and I've been here 25 years, and I've made national news. Infamously, you had to deal with that. But it's just, I never got the blue check mark. Today, I was joking with Carl during the commercial break. It's kind of like the end of Fight Club. They were planning on ruining everybody's credit, destroying all records of credit, so everyone goes back to zero.
Yeah.
So today, I was like, I was never verified. Now no one is. So some guys, to your point, though, are losing their minds over this.
Organizations could pay $1,000 a month. What organization? I'm going to tell you right now, our company's not doing this. No. What organization is paying $1,000 a month so that their members that are connected to their account are going to be verified? Point is, guys, and listen, I don't know where this goes. I'm just telling you, there's a reason why they did this in the first place. And the reason was misinformation, which is rampant, okay, whether you want to realize it or not, and then me impersonating somebody else and just for the hell of it. How many people out there just for the hell of it now are going to be like, well, I want to be Mel Kiper. Let me tell you what the draft's going to look like. I don't know how you defend against that unless you had these verified accounts. So from that standpoint, that's where we're going to see the confusion happen.
But the other side of it is for all the guys that have earned their reputations because they actually have degrees in journalism or whatever they did to get to the point where they're at, whether they were a pro scout that became an expert on NFL Network, for instance. You've got guys with less than 2,000 followers with a blue check mark literally working on some website out of their mom's basement, spreading the kind of crap that we sometimes have to disseminate this stuff because people take it as gospel. Another example, this fantasy about a hockey team going to South Forsyth. You had everyone with a blue check mark. Oh, hockey returns. No. A real estate proposal was made. Okay? And then that's where these things get momentum, and that's why we get into this world we live in. So this just further muddies the water, to your point, about fake news.
No doubt. All right. Just want to bring that up because people are like, you're going to see reports about it, and Elon Musk is going to catch hell. By the way, can we get the bots off of Twitter, by the way? It still hadn't happened. Right. Mike, I got women following me. I'm like, who the hell are these women?
Well,
two followers, and I'm like, why do you have no clothes on? What's going on? This is a bot.
I do get a kick when the person follows me and it's like, nude photos direct to you. Well, that sounds exciting. Well, somebody's following me, her name apparently, she has no name, and it's just a lot of, some fake name, and she's wearing a thong and nothing else.
Carl, those bots are there to teach you about Dogecoin.
Oh, is that what it is? All right. I don't want any.
Well, another situation, this time it's not United, it's Southwest Airlines, and it does involve children. A child who just won't stop crying and screaming on the airplane. Now, you've had your lovely daughter, and as a baby, it's a nightmare for any parent when your kid is doing that. But it's even worse when, like we all know, we all roll our eyes, we all cringe. Most of us will put our headphones on. Maybe if you're lucky, you've got noise-canceling headphones, which is always a good idea for an air travel. But a passenger who kind of looks like the late James Avery, who was played Philip Banks on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Okay. The dad.
He was the dad. Guy looks like him. Yeah, Uncle Phil. He looks like him. He just starts screaming, "Shut up! Shut that kid up!"
Wow.
And he's like losing it. And then it became, more profanity laced, and everybody's like freaking out. And a lot of stuff was going on. There's clips on TMZ.
How's the kid, Mike, out of curiosity?
I'm trying to
is it a baby?
It's a baby.
Okay. Because here's the deal, and you guys know this. I mean, like, if you're traveling with babies and their ears are popping and the pressure and all that stuff, they don't want to, they're not trying to cry because they just don't want to be there. There's a reason. And Mike, if it's an older kid that's just crying because it's a nuisance, that's another thing. But it's a baby, and this guy was going off?
Correct. And there's a video on, you go to TMZ if you want to see it, and this guy's like, "For the love of God, And he just starts swearing. So you got the baby crying, and now you got a grown man on top of that to ratchet up the tension and make everything completely uncomfortable. And there's at one point you've got people are shouting. Then you got people start shouting to him to shut up.
Yeah, be quiet.
Right.
Yeah, it's a baby.
Right. And then then the flight attendant gets involved, and then the attendant hits him back with, "You're a man. He's a baby."
That's it. That's what I'm saying.
Again, I'm telling you, Carl and I talk about this every time. Every time you fly, you're just looking for who's going to be the hassle. Is it going to be the crying baby? Is it going to be the person who's missed his connection and just drank 7 vodka sodas at the bar?
Yeah.
You know, hey, I'm in 10F. No, F. Then, of course, you got loud talking phone guy. No, we're still on the tarmac. You believe that?
No.
40-minute tax. Yeah, I know we've been taxiing, and you're not helping.
No, shut up. That guy is the worst.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
We're going to talk about our Braves coming up. You'll hear from Brian Snicker as well. He was on the Steakhouse this morning, Mike. You said you got a chance to listen to a little bit of it.
Yeah, man, we're going to play the whole thing in its entirety because, Steak does buy and sell with Sandra and the guys and Rusty and company, but Brian Snicker doing buy and sell, getting his take on life on the road in Major League Baseball, the less glamorous aspects of it. It's everything you love about Snicker, so you'll hear that, guys, coming up at 6:20 right here.
All right. Outside of the schedule release and more on the Falcons coming up, this is good news, and I think it's big news in the NFL. A group led by Josh Harris, who is the co-owner of the 76ers and the NHL's New Jersey Devils, guys, has reached an agreement to buy the Washington Commanders from Daniel Snyder and his wife, Tanya. It is a record. It's $6 billion for the Commanders. Mm-hmm. The thing about this is the Broncos were sold for $4.65 billion. Right. When the Walmart heir, Rob Walton, bought the team, I think that was last year or so. But this is a new record for an NFL franchise. And the bottom line is, this is more about the Snyders, Mike, and the issues and the image and all the things that just the optics were terrible with the Washington Commanders with Daniel Snyder in charge.
Part of the reason his wife is listed as the owners is they had to get her on the dotted line because Daniel Snyder was just, reprehensible, just awful dealings from his own fan base to the women who alleged sexual harassment, investigating them, to the people that knew what was going on behind the scenes. And arguably the most dysfunctional team in all of American sports. So Jack Kent Cooke sells his estate, sells it to Daniel Snyder. He buys the team for $800 million, and then he sells it 3 decades later, around about 2.5 decades later, for $6 billion. And as you said, Carl, it's the way the NFL. It's just a rocket ship. I mean, the earnings, everything else. Because anybody who's been up there to a FedEx, it's the worst stadium in the world. It was outdated the year it was built.
Yeah,
and that wasn't his fault because Jack Kent Cooke's family they signed off on it. But because I know I used to live in D.C., but it's just a brutally mediocre stadium with nothing really attractive about it, and they just made $6 billion.
So Magic Johnson is also a part of this Harris group. There's another gentleman named Mitchell Rales who is worth about $5.5 billion. So the money was there. It was the right team. The NFL, obviously, and all the owners.
This was Magic's involvement.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, and the NFL owners signed off on this. I believe that they feel a lot better about the direction of the Commanders. And by the way, they're going to get a new stadium now. Nobody wanted to do business with them. They're going to get a new stadium. I don't know when that's going to happen, but Jeff Bezos, Mike, who had interest, did not make a bid for the team. Right. We had talked about Bezos maybe being the guy, but this is done before we get back to the season, and I think that was important for the NFL. And they can kind of put this whole Daniel Snyder fiasco behind them. It does not mean, though, that his legal battles are over, Mike, because there are still a lot of legal things that are lingering out there, even though he's selling the Commanders.
Yeah, he's got two. Look at the federal, like the Eastern District of Maryland. They've got one on him. There's at least one federal one that's still ongoing. There's a couple of other lawsuits. He did. For those who don't remember, it was a 2020 July Washington Post article. Remember at the time it was going to be the most incredible story?
Sure.
And then the Washington Post walked back some of the allegations because they were worried about Daniel Snyder suing them.
Yep.
And that's Jeff Bezos who owns the Washington Post. But most people in the league know there's even more stuff that's out there, let alone the things that fans have heard and read about in online. He's just a bad dude. He's always been a creep. He's literally trying to get, let's be honest, blood from a stone the way he tries to grind. We go to the Falcons games. And you go to Falcon practice. Yeah. It's fun. It's like I get it. PSLs are the way of the world. Nobody likes them. It is what it is. This guy's charging like $25 to go to watch them practice. He was screwing his own people out of their own seat deposits. I mean, he's just an awful owner. He's everything. He's almost, Carl, you know what he is? He's the modern equivalent of the Roy Hobbs manager in The Natural. Hello, Mr. Hobbs. I like to keep things in the dark.
Irvin Magic Johnson put out a statement saying he couldn't be more excited about being a partner in the proposed new ownership group for the Washington Commanders. Josh Harris has assembled an amazing group who share a commitment to not only doing great things on the field, but making real impact in the DMV community. And he says, I'm excited to work with the group and the vision for the Commanders and the fan base. Listen, Magic's brilliant. There's no secret he's involved with all this stuff and, the Dodgers and now this, Mike, and sports ownership. But it is about the other owners around the NFL feeling good about this guy, Josh Harris. And he is already a professional sports owner.
Correct.
So he knows what it's going to take. He gets it. This is not somebody that's coming in. And a lot of these guys we talked about, Arthur Smith was Home Depot. You got all these guys that do different things. But I think he's ahead of the game because, Mike, he knows what this is going to be.
You and I talked about it so many times. It was amazing that when things transpired the way they did up in Charlotte with Harold Richardson, remember the old owner?
Yep.
Was it Jerry Richardson? I was Gerald because Harold was the guy that was here with the Falcons with Dan Riggs. Sorry. So Jerry Richardson was the owner of the Carolina Panthers. They moved him out in less than 6 months.
They sure did.
From the time the accusations came out about him saying, "You look pretty good in those blue jeans," to some alleged racist comments about a scout, and he's out. And it seems like Daniel Snyder was like a vampire movie. Or a Jason movie, you just couldn't kill him because there was everything from rumors of he's got dirt on other owners, he's got files on apparently Jerry Jones. I couldn't imagine Jerry Jones defending him as long as he did, other than maybe Snyder had something on him. But it just seemed like the NFL. It was kind of like here when we had Atlanta Spirit. Why didn't the NHL get involved? Because they didn't want to deal with the hassle and the endless litigation. So the owners, they just kind of had to deal with them. And now finally, this blight on the NFL is gone.
I'm glad because I just thought every time you talked about Snyder, it was negative. It was never anything good. So good for the fans of the Commanders. I think it's good for the league, and certainly I think the league is happy that they can put this behind them. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, but that is a big deal because, again, the amount that it sold for, $6 billion. Right. A record for a franchise when you talk about selling.
I'm reading this article. This is SB Nation's got a complete rundown of all the things that he's been accused of and all the things. It's like 6 pages. And then you get into the congressional stuff. They remember they say he turned down the subpoena.
That's right.
All this, it's amazing. What a creep.
Bad dude, man. I mean, and here's what's crazy. We're saying this. We're simply talking about from an ownership standpoint and how he jeopardized a lot of people within that organization. Guys, they went out and they tried to get more diverse. They hired a bunch of people. They fired a bunch of people. There were women who didn't want to work for the organization for a while. Point is, this was not a good look. And the crazy thing, he still walks away with $6 billion. You know, so that's just part of being an NFL owner. All right, we got more to get to. We're going to talk to Grant McCauley coming up about the Braves. Today, Snitch said all hands on deck, by the way, when it comes to this pitching staff. Mike, the three guys that we can rely on have to be great. We're talking about Morton, right? Elder, Strider, who's going to start tonight. However we deal with the additional 2 starts within any given week between now and the time that Fried and these guys get back, whether it's a spot start, whether they bring somebody up, whether it is a bullpen start, those guys are going to be expected to do their jobs as well. I don't know if we can survive 2 months by just saying, hey, these 3 guys need to be great.
Well, that's just it. I mean, what happens if Schuster and Dodd, we've gone through this. I mean, John Smoltz talked about it. His first year as a full-time starter, he made a lot of mistakes, but we don't really have the window or the patience to see these guys develop. We need Dodd and Schuster to come in and be ready to go, or at the bare minimum, give up a couple of runs but get me 6 innings so you don't tax the bullpen, because the bullpen has to do those bullpen starts. 8 pitchers got used the day before last. Yeah, I mean, look, you're not going to do a trade in May. Maybe some other teams had. I'd go back and look at it. But first things first, how do the Stripers who turn into Braves, how do they handle the responsibility?
All right, guys, want to hear from you. If you want to chime in on the schedule, again, we've been talking about it all day. No primetime games for our Falcons, no Thursday night games. Pretty much all of our games at 1 o'clock outside of London, and then the Cardinals game, which is a 4:05 start because we're going to the West Coast. And then the first 4 out of the first 6 are at home. I think that's critical, Mike, for us to get off to a good start.
Last year, our bye, I looked it up, was week 14. This year, the bye is week 11.
Okay.
So last year was all the way in December. This year, it's a couple of weeks before Thanksgiving. Just personal reasons. It's the weekend of the Vegas Formula One race. It's a good day to not have to worry about a Falcons game. So that worked out for me personally, but that's also the weekend that they have that race out there. So, yeah, I mean, you said this, we talked about it yesterday. In addition to just being excited about the games, for fans who want to plan and make the trips, I mean, for guys who want to get down to Tampa or down to New Orleans, you want to know when you're going.
Absolutely. That's the thing right now, marking calendars and seeing what dates I'm not available.
Right. So I tell you what, that game, the last week, week 18, it'd be the weekend of January 7th or 8th. To me, against the Saints, if we're doing our job and they're doing their job, then that maybe could settle the division.
I don't think the Bucs are going to I don't think they win it again. I'm talking about the division. And it's way too early for me to even tell you what Carolina's offense is going to look like with Bryce Young. I will say this, though. For those of us who have doubted Sam Darnold, he's no longer there. He actually played well the last 4 weeks of the season, Mike, for them. And if you feel like Bryce Young is better, then you say, okay, insert that. They still have a really good offensive line. They still have a really good defensive line. You could arguably say if Bryce Young is a baller like we think he is, Carolina might be contending with us for this division.
Atlanta doesn't get the juice nationally. We know that. Even in the year that we had Matt Ryan doing his thing in the MVP, we're always kind of the afterthought. When Deion was here, it was exciting, the two-sport thing. Obviously, Mike Vick was electrifying. Everybody in the league knew about it. And it's going to take time. That's why we have no primetime games. Maybe if this team becomes the hot thing, if this team, like the Lions, I still don't understand how the Lions got the opening game of the freaking season. I know they got points. I know they got a heater at the end of last year, but it's still the freaking Detroit Lions.
I know. And that's the deal. But let's use that as an example real quick. That stigma, and I'm with you. Right. It's the Lions. They haven't been good in a long time. That's the same stigma we face around the country.
Correct.
It's the Falcons. Well, guess what? If the Falcons start putting up 30 points a game, the league is going to start looking at us differently, and they're going to be like, look, they're scoring points. That's exciting. People want to see that.
Jameson Williams is going to be out for the first 6 games with that the gambling suspension, but they still have Jahmyr Gibbs, and Goff had the same kind of numbers as Kirk Cousins last year. So once you get established as an identity, to your point, that's sexy, let's hope, guess what? We develop our identity. We're an exciting offense. We get to kick butt. We get flexed into some of those primetime games.
All right, guys, coming up, Grant McCauley is going to join us. We'll go around the yard. We'll talk about this Toronto series. Should be an entertaining one. But also, you're going to hear from Brian Snicker coming up here in about 35 minutes or so. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Oh, let's go around the yard with Grant McCauley. And Grant, the concerns as our team hits the road against Toronto remains this starting pitching staff. Now, I was just talking to Turtle. There's a kid named Justin Schaefer. Is that correct, Turtle? Justin Sheffield, that the Braves have just signed to a minor league deal. Now, doesn't mean we'll see him anytime soon, but he does, I think, have major league experience. What do you think about this, and is this what we can expect from Double-A to try to fill the void?
No, I wouldn't really expect a whole lot out of Justice Sheffield. He was a guy that was in one of the big trades between the Mariners and the Yankees a number of years back when James Paxton was traded to the New York club. Sheffield looked pretty good a couple of years ago in the 2020 shortened season, but in the past couple of years has really had a lot of control problems. That continued in the minors. This year he did not make the Mariners out of spring training, and they ended up, I think, cutting ties with him. So this is a minor league organizational depth kind of signing, like take a flyer on a guy, see if maybe you could fix a couple of things. Sometimes that works, like Tyler Matzik perhaps, but this is not something that's going to be an immediate solution for the Braves to tap into to help out in their rotation.
I guess, Carl, there'll be no street justice for the Braves, like the way that name is spelled, Justus. So here's the thing. We talked about it the other day that, yes, no one makes big trades just yet, but do you feel that Dodd and have they changed anything since the first starts early in the first week of the season?
I feel like, any bit of experience you get is helpful, but I can't necessarily say that they've turned some kind of corner or unlocked everything. I think that really, we saw Dylan Dodd not long ago against Miami, and if you can get 5-6 innings of 3-run ball out of him or out of Jared Schuster, I think you'll take that. For that matter, if you get Michael Soroka back in the next couple of weeks and his comeback story is finally written and he's back in the Braves, rotation and can do the same, I think he'll kind of take that for the time being, because the onus is really going to be on Spencer Strider, Charlie Morton, and to a lesser extent Bryce Elder to kind of continue doing what they've done so far. But you've got to find a way to patchwork this rotation together because, as you mentioned, there just is no big trade to be had out there. This is not the time of year that clubs look to unload important pieces of their squad. So unless or until you can really get to that trade period, which as you go into the summer, maybe it picks up just a little bit, but at some point, you kind of hope that you're going to get at least Max Fried back, maybe before Kyle Wright. So it's not a lot has changed in terms of, I think, what the expectation is from Schuster and from Dodd. I think it's more so just to show that they can help out and contribute. It's not going to be to carry the staff for any length of time.
The good news is Strider's on the hill tonight, 4-0, 2.70 ERA. That's under 3 guys. He's been dominant this season. All right, has allowed just 23 hits. 67 strikeouts. So I feel pretty good about our odds tonight against Toronto. But with that said, do you think that these guys will put any extra added pressure on their shoulders, feeling like they need to carry the load, or just go out and do you?
I asked Brian Snitker about that, and he said, I certainly hope that they don't, because what they're doing right now is certainly good enough, and they really can't worry about, well, how are we going to figure out who starts in place of Max Fried or who starts in place of Kyle Wright and how all that's going to shake out. They just need to continue doing what they have been doing because, as you mentioned, those numbers for Spencer Strider would pretty much illustrate it's been awfully good. So the Blue Jays are a tough team. This American League East is no joke. You can look up and down. I think the Yankees were the last place team. Even they are over 500, and we are talking about the New York Yankees. So at some point, if they get healthy, that would probably make this division even tougher. But we've seen the Orioles. We have seen the Red Sox. We know what the Tampa Bay Rays are doing. It's just a very good very, very good division, top to bottom. So the Braves are going to have their hands full with this. But Spencer Strider having the opportunity to go out there and set the tone for this series, and having not seen this Blue Jays club before, I think that might bode well for him as well, because they're going to have to figure out what the rest of the league has been figuring out, and it's tough to hit Spencer Strider.
It's son of Biggio, son of Bichette. You got the guy, son of Guerrero on this team.
Yes, that's the big one.
Are they going to foul off a lot of pitches? Because I always, I'm always the worry ward about the pitch count.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, I think, for Spencer Strider. He's aware of it. Opposing lineups are aware that, he's going to throw a lot of fastballs, throw a lot of sliders. It's the fastball that typically I think gets fouled off the most, but that's the pitch that he's going to look to do business on. And, you don't mind, 5, 6 pitch at bats, but it's once they start to get into 7 or 8 and you start to have maybe 2, 3, 4 of them in the same inning, all of a sudden you've expended 26 bullets just to get through that frame. What is that going to do for your ability to get through 6 or get into the 7th or maybe beyond? In some cases, if he's able to be ultra efficient. I know that everybody looked at that no-hitter against the Miami club, when he was carrying it into the 8th inning, that no-hit bid, I should say, and thought, all right, well, this is what he should be doing every time out. And yes, ideally it would be, but I know that even though he didn't get the no-hitter, he was the most proud of the fact he was still out there on the mound in the 8th inning, and the Braves would certainly take that tonight.
Ronald Acuna hit that 470-foot home run on Wednesday. It was a loss, but, we've seen some long home runs from him. I think it was, the 3rd or 4th longest for Ronald Acuna?
4th, yeah.
Crazy.
And it's almost like the Mets cheated him on the tape measure up at Citi Field.
Well, he was 2 for 4 for the second straight game, and the reason why I bring this up is because, guys, despite all this stuff that we're talking about, again, we've won 11 of our past 15. Grant, we've not fallen off, all right? The Mets are not catching us, at least not right now. We're in good shape. I just think we're all kind of a little bit on edge because we know all it takes is a couple more injuries, and we might be looking at this thing differently.
Well, yeah, the injuries are the ever-present threat to any club's best-laid plans every single year. But all the teams are going to go through it at some point. The Rays are going through theirs right now. The Mets we've seen going through some of theirs. The Philadelphia Phillies, they didn't have Bryce Harper. They lost Rhys Hoskins. Their rotation has kind of been a little bit suspect as well. All these clubs that we expected, Houston Astros, have also had some trouble this year kind of getting themselves on track. So even the clubs that you expect to be there every year or that were there last year are having to go through it. But if you're looking for a stat, and I like to bring these to the conversation just so we can kind of take a temperature of where everybody's at, even though the Braves lost a bullpen game on Wednesday to the Boston Red Sox, and everybody kind of hates the idea that they had to do a bullpen game, the Braves are still on 110-win pace for the season, so they haven't fallen apart yet, and hopefully they won't fall apart. Now, is it going to be a test and a challenge every, 4th and 5th day now to fill your rotation out? Yep, that's going to be part of it, but this is an offense that's explosive. It's a bullpen that I think is going to be a little bit stronger now than it was at the start of the year without Iglesias. So, things are going to change, and the Braves are just going to have to figure out a way to work through this, and they have done a heck of a job the last 2 years navigating some injuries that you might have thought would have been kind of the end of their season. Guys like Ronald Acuna Jr., that was 1 in 21. I remember where folks were like, well, it was great. Let's get ready for the 2022 season. Maybe we should sell everybody at the deadline. Yes. I had angry Braves fans in my Twitter mention, you should trade Charlie Morton. Why are you holding on to Morton? You ought to trade all the relievers right now. Reload the farm. Rebuild. Rebuild? They just got done rebuilding. They're in the middle of trying to win, and as it turned out, 2021 ended up, and it may be the outlier, the kind of season that you just couldn't have possibly imagined. But the Braves are still a well-constructed team, a talented team, and a club that is capable of overcoming some injuries, and they're going to have to just go out there and prove it again.
And as Stinker said, nobody's going to feel sorry for him. Talking to Steak and Sandra. You'll hear that interview at 6:20. We're going to play it for you, hear what Sned had to say. And just, you mentioned the Acuna injury. Carl and I were doing the numbers a few days ago, Grant. It's like almost every year Stinker has had to deal with this. Literally almost hundreds of moves back and forth between Gwinnett, and the big club, as far as pitchers going all the way back to Fultonavich, through a young Kyle Wright, Newcomb, all these guys, Tukey Toussaint. It seems like there's always guys rising and falling in this franchise.
Yeah, there always are. And you just look at the last, 3 Octobers, what the Braves have had to do both to get there and to get through those Octobers. In 2020, flashback, that's when they lost Michael Soroka way back then. They basically had Max Fried and a bunch of question marks in that rotation until they brought up Ian Anderson. Kyle Wright kind of showed a few things in that 2020 year that were helpful, but otherwise it was patchwork rotation all the way through, and they nearly beat the Dodgers in the NLCS. Go to 2021, you lose Ronald Acuna Jr., Marcell Ozuna had all of his problems in addition to an injury. You had to go rebuild your entire outfield, and you somehow figured out a way to win the World Series. And then even last year, Charlie Morton, when he broke his leg in the World Series, the Braves had to figure out how to patchwork that whole thing and win the biggest games in the sport. So they've found ways to do it, and they have found ways to get through injuries. They were challenged with some of them last year as they were trying to, get that rotation filled out, as they were trying to fill out that bullpen. The guys were up and down, and you just kind of got to go through it. And that's what Brian Snitker has said time and again, is that's what we do here. We see these challenges, we meet these challenges, and we try to get where we want to get. And we all know that's back to the World Series and winning it all.
Grant, good stuff, man. We'll look forward to seeing how this shakes out over the weekend, and we will talk to you on Monday. When is your show on, sir?
Yep, I will be on Sunday from 5 to 7. Really excited to talk about everything going on with the Atlanta Braves, take our look around baseball, and I've got a really cool guest, a really fun story about bringing the Negro Leagues into the major leagues, not just in name, but also the statistics and how all of that affects baseball's record book. I'm really excited to dive into that whole topic. It's from the Diamond, 5 to 7, right here on 92.9 The Game on Sunday.
Good stuff, man. Look forward to hearing it. Cool. Grant, have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Grant McCauley, guys. Falcons today, rookie mini camp. Bijan Robinson made his debut. We'll let you hear what he had to say. And Coach Arthur Smith talking about why the bye week ended up where it was. Schedule's out. We'll talk more about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. If you missed it earlier today, and it's online at Odyssey.com, Darren Hill stopped by. Right. He's running Newcastle. They are coming to Atlanta in July for an incredible couple of matches that are going to be played. They're already sold out, by the way. Chelsea's coming. But Darren stopped by, and I mentioned this only because he had a camera crew with him. And at some point, probably midsummer, if you have Amazon, you will get a chance to see this footage of Mike and I and Darren in studio. They've been following him around and the club around since, I think, January is what they told us. But it's for an Amazon documentary, Mike. And Chris was just asking me, Turtle was just asking me, like, when's this thing come out? They're not going to film all the way up until they come back from the matches. It's just a few more weeks, but they've been filming since January. But they did, a lot of stuff here in studio with this. So we will be on Amazon at some point here in the summer with a documentary on Newcastle.
And Darren's doing well, and he was so sweet to bring us some Miggy Almiron jerseys.
Sweet.
So, man, just awesome stuff. And I've disavowed Chelsea, Carl. I've become a Newcastle man.
He talked you out of it.
The guys over at Fidel, sorry, I'm out. The one in Bucket, that's where the Chelsea fans meet. Real quick, before we get to the stories, I was talking to a couple guys on Twitter during the commercial break last hour, and they're like, why do you care if we're not on national TV? I'm like, when you were a Braves fan, and the Braves were terrible, and I can relate, because the same time the Braves are terrible, the Mets are terrible. Mm-hmm. And I remember being a child, it was big to see the Braves or the Mets get a highlight on This Week in Baseball, right? Which is the only way you'd get the highlights back then, before ESPN. Don't you want to, first off, where's your pride? Do you have any pride in your franchise? I would like to have national exposure for what I think is a team that's on the up and coming. I just felt that I couldn't rationalize the guy's not getting it, so I gave up. But I take this personally. I take when we don't get the juice nationally, when we deserve it, whether it's any of the teams, whether it's Georgia or whether it's Tech or anybody. I just feel sometimes you just feel like we get the short shrift from ESPN and the networks. We have to earn it. I understand that. We're not a compelling brand right now. We have to develop our brand, and our brand will be run involved, which is not sexy. Everybody wants to see passing. But I just feel it. I just felt if the Lions didn't do anything more than we did, and they got a freaking game against the Chiefs to start the season, and we can't even make a Thursday night game.
Yeah,
that's what irks me.
But here's the deal.
But they're sexy.
Well, Mike, they are. They won 8 of their last 10. You talk about going into Green Bay and beating Aaron Rodgers and the Packers with nothing on the line, and they showed up to put the Packers out of playoff contention. And I've talked about this. Ben Johnson is their offensive coordinator. You may not know him now. You will. He's going to get a job as a head coach pretty soon, and he has that offense humming. And the thing is, they probably feel like this Thursday night game, I may be wrong, guys. It may be, Chiefs 24-17. I think the league's looking at this as like, this is going to be a high-scoring game and entertaining way to start the season because offensively, they score a lot of points.
And the Chiefs, by the way, didn't cover it all last year. If you follow the Chiefs, they're one of the worst teams with a high winning percentage as far as covering the spread. They always kind of let other teams stay in it. So maybe it is a competitive game. I'm just, and Carl pointed it out, and I get it.
It's a stigma.
You've got to be sexy. You've got to have a style. First off, no one knows who Desmond Ridder is outside of Atlanta or the Cincinnati Bearcat fans. And I get it. He's only had 4 games under his belt. But and I know Squid Bo Morgan from the morning shift always says, damn Twitter, you just cesspool of rabbit holes. I had one guy hit me up and goes, I'm taking the over-under at 5 wins. We just won 7 with less talent. Sometimes I think, guys, I don't know if it's just people aren't Falcon fans. They just love to it's a Friday. Why are you in such a crappy mood? Why can't you say 9 wins? Carl, why is everybody glass half empty perpetually? I get it. It's been 5 freaking years without a playoff trip. We're betting on the come. We're going to be better. We invested in free agency. We believe in Bijan Robinson taking pressure off Desmond Ridder. Guys, it's not like Carl and I are selling miracles. These are things that have happened before in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you anything I don't believe. And to sit here and fill you with smoke, I'm not doing it. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think and why. And there are very good reasons as to why this team is going to not only look better, but be better. Now, the interesting thing about the schedule, guys, is we've been talking about it all day. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. From our first game, September 10th, against the Panthers, all the way to the end of the season with the Saints, which is a to-be-announced game time-wise, but we know we're playing at the Saints. I think the game is January 7th is the actual date. But, Mike, Arthur Smith was asked today because, believe it or not, rookie camp has started. And we're going to let you hear from Bijan Robinson talking about the predictions in a second. But Coach Art was talking about the bye week. And for those who don't know, when you play overseas, you do have the choice to come back and have a bye week after that. The Falcons said, we won't take that. We'll come back and play. So, Mike, that's why the bye week falls to week 11, which I actually like.
Yeah. I mentioned this earlier. The Packers did it last year off their trip, so you get that option. Other teams have done it. So we were week 14 last year, so week 11 this year. It's 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. It's kind of like the middle to beyond halfway point. I think it's much better. Having a bye in week 5, then you get banged up and you need guys to.
It's a long season.
Yeah, that's a much better decision. I like it.
Yeah, I do too. Art was saying, look, as far as going to London, we like it. Talking about the team, we'll take that experience. You know, he's all about it. And I know he's fired up to get guys on the field, including our first-round draft pick, Bijan Robinson. Is he paying attention to any of these predictions?
It's really easy for me to just not pay attention to that stuff. You know, I know that God has a plan for me, and if it's to do those kind of things, then that's what I'm gonna do. But I do know that I'm gonna work as hard as I can to be the best football player, best teammate I can be, and then obviously get everything down the right way when it comes to the playbook and my assignments and know what I'm supposed to do. And then after that, then hopefully, those kind of things will be in my life.
Of course, he's talking about the individual goals or at least what people have said that they think he's going to do. You know, whether it's catch 10 balls out of the backfield for touchdowns, whether it's him being 1,000-yard or more rusher, all of those things individually. But if he is doing those things, Mike, team-wise, this team's going to be in a really good spot. What part of this schedule concerns you? Is there a part of the schedule that concerns you, or do you feel it's very maneuverable? Because as this thing came out last night, and again, we had some of the games. We had, I think, 4 or 5 of the games. But when it finally laid out, I was like, this thing looks good.
It's a relatively good start. Now, Jacksonville, this is a team that really got things cooking, and Trevor Lawrence and company. I mean, these guys are, that's a fun, high-powered offense. We're going to see Calvin Ridley. That'll be part of the London trip, right?
Yes, it will be.
He's part of that wide receiver core.
Yeah.
But you could argue that the first...
Unless he bets. Too early?
I would imagine. I think he's learned it. Well, who knows? He's definitely stressed out over this the last few years. But there's a lot of winnable games because we're playing a team. Again, 417 is the winning percentage of our opponents. Where it gets a little funky is we get Minnesota, and that's a high-powered offense. This is where we'll see if the defense can get the quarterback on the ground. You got a nice stretch here. Or New Orleans, the Jets. That's tough. Because it's still Aaron Rodgers. But there's really, to your point, there's never really a 3-game stretch where you say that's a murderer's row. There's 1 or 2 games, but the 2 games I point out to, it's Chicago and that freezing, stinking cold, and then you got to go to New Orleans. You finish the final 2 games on the road. Hopefully you get you get it together. You get a win by any means necessary. 10-3 in Chicago, and then maybe the Saints. The Saints always scare me. Maybe that game's for the division crawl in the final week of the season.
But let me tell you guys something. Run game travels.
In the cold weather.
That's why you need it. Defense travels in the cold weather. That's why you need it. That may be one of those tests, Mike, where you say, you're right. Who runs the football better that day? Is it the Bears or is it us? And then the other part of this, for me, is this second part of the schedule. We break it down in 4 games, guys. Fours, basically 1, 2, 3, 4, the first 4 games and the next 4 games. But, Mike, that next 4 games, starting after the London game, Texans, C.J. Stroud. Commanders, not going to be any good. Buccaneers, they're not winning this division this year. And then at Titans. 2 at home, 2 on the road. And I think coming off of the fact that you get 4 of the first 6 at home, and then that next stretch of games, boy, you could set yourself up really good. I mean, honestly, if we're not 3-1 during that stretch, I feel like something's wrong because I don't believe, again, the Texans, they've got some nice young pieces, but they're not where they need to be, guys. This is a rebuild. They got a new coach. They're kind of in a similar situation where they had all this dysfunction, and they needed to get past it. But the Commanders with a new team or a new owner now, and we just mentioned this at the top of the hour, Commanders sold today to the Josh Harris Group for $6 billion. But what about on the field? Remember that just a week ago, the Commanders were calling to see what quarterbacks were available.
Right. Look, they're kind of screwed in the quarterback department right now because we got their backup. And their backup is pretty darn good. So Sam Howell from North Kakalaka or maybe Jacoby Brissett, we'll see what they can do. The one thing about the Commanders, and this has been going on for years, is a good defensive front. I know Chase Young, they were concerned about the option, didn't pick it up.
Injuries.
But you still got Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, Montez Sweat. That's a front. That'll be a front that will test our big money now offensive line to protect Desmond Ridder and establish the run.
Remember what we did, though? We ran right at him.
Yep.
When we played them last year, ran right at them. Last time we played them, I think that's what Art's going to do, run right at them.
That's a game where, if again, I remember we were doing that at a promotion at Hooters that day over on Cumberland. I needed one stinking play, one more play from Mariota. He couldn't provide it. That was a frustrating loss.
All right, guys. Meanwhile, Braves are starting a series in Toronto. As we mentioned, Strider's going to be on the hill. Should be an interesting weekend for our Braves, and we'll see how the pitching holds up. I'm not as worried when Strider's on the hill. He's just been so dominant and so good. And then the other thing we mentioned today also is United taking on Charlotte FC at home Saturday. Coverage begins at 7, kicks at 7:30 here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. But this schedule is intriguing. And then, Mike, around these Christmas games, I mentioned this too. We got 3 games on Christmas now, right? The full schedule's out. I'm thinking to myself, never happened. I've never been able to get up, eat my monkey bread, enjoy a breakfast, and then all of a sudden now I'm opening gifts, and I get the Raiders and the Chiefs at 1 o'clock. I get the Giants and Eagles at 4, and then I get the Ravens and 49ers on Christmas.
I said this to Carl earlier. Now, if my wife is listening, you might want to turn off the radio. So if we do the Christmas up in Pennsylvania, again, there's Philadelphia, there's Pittsburgh, and then there's the middle part. It's kind of like Pennsyltucky, where my in-laws live. And so we have to get up to the house, and you go on the back deck, and you look at a cornfield. And so, that'll be a good day because I can just sit on the couch and just totally zone out.
Yeah.
I have to watch this for work.
Quiet.
My mother-in-law gets into the red wine. It was back in 19. I have to do, please. I'm doing my homework. I've got to watch this game.
Well, you'll have an option. That's the thing.
So I'm saying this is great.
It is. And then, by the way, the Black Friday game. We get a Black Friday game now. Right. So
I don't go. Who goes to the frickin'? No guy goes to the frickin' mall on that Friday that I know.
Well, it used to be traditionally, Mike. That was a college football day.
Right. It was Texas A&M.
You had games on.
The Egg Bowl.
Yeah. And so that's still going to happen. But the idea now that we get another game on Black Friday that's NFL related.
There's one exception, though, boys.
What's that?
You would go either to the record store or to the Best Buy to get the latest video game on Black Friday.
Because it was on sale?
Yeah.
It was on sale. All right, guys, it's Dukes and Bill.
You remember Surface merchandise?
Oh, yeah, big time.
That's where Dad got the Atari.
Yeah, big time. Back in the day. There was so many what they call big box stores.
Right.
There was a lot more competition. Now there's just
did
not.
they just buy in bulk? I'm trying to figure out what was the fascination because it was like a Surface merchandise. You had like a big catalog.
That
like
and
Sears.
then what was the other one, Mike? Federal. The Federal.
Oh, I know the one. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. I can't remember. There was another big box store back then that like all these electronic stores competed. And to Turtle's point, that you're right. You were going to get the deals on that day. All right, speaking of deals, we love our manager. Brian Snickers stopped by Steakhouse, and he actually played buy and sell with Steak and Sandra today. You're going to hear some of those answers because, again, you want some more insight into Snit and seeing what kind of guy he is. You're going to get it. But he also answers a lot of questions about our Braves and our current state, especially our pitching staff. So stay tuned for that because Snit is coming up here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Did you get the store?
I can't find it. I know what you mean.
I want to say it's the Federal or Federation.
Remember Montgomery Ward, Western Auto. I'll figure it out.
It's one of those crazy stores. And we've got our last call coming up after the Snit interview.
Stores that don't exist will be on that question.
Well, that's the thing. This one, they're gone. All right. Brian Snicker on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game next.
Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Braves are rolling, guys. 25-12, 6.5 games in front of the Marlins, 7 in front of the Phillies, and we're in front of those stinking Mets too. Brian Snitker stopped by the steakhouse today. He also played buy and sell, which you'll hear a little bit of. But the first thing Steak and Sandra asked Brian Snitker was how grateful he is for his wife being on the road as much as he is with Mother's Day on Sunday.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, my mother, it's the big reason I'm here. I mean, she's the one that, made all the lunches. She would feed our high school team in between games of the doubleheaders. Same thing when I was playing American Legion. She'd get me out of bed, ferry me all around to all the ball games. I mean, she was a very dedicated mother, I'll tell you that. And Ronnie does the same thing. I mean, I had 17, 18, 19 years of leaving home in February and coming home in September, and she held a job, did all the cheerleading, the baseball, everything while I was gone. So I've been blessed to have two really special mothers in my life.
That's next level mommying or motherhood, right? Because, listen, we all know the glamour of professional sports. I would say you're a pretty good example that it's not always that glamorous, and certainly not for your family when somebody has to pick up the slack for huge chunks like half the year where, frankly, your job is ahead of everything.
No, it is. I mean, it's like the glamour is probably about 30% glamour, 70% not, quite honestly. Because it's hard. I mean, it was hard for her. It was hard for me to be away. I mean, it's what we did and what I chose to do. And thank God she supported me and allowed me to get in this position right now. But, obviously it wasn't easy for any of us. And, you leave for weeks at a time and see your kids, and they're completely different people when you would see them. I mean, it's just amazing. You missed all the changes. I missed didn't get to see any, Little League games or the cheerleading things or stuff like that. But you know what? If you ask both of them now as adults, they wouldn't have changed a thing. They loved it.
Well, I think that's why so many folks are enamored by your story of, the appreciation that you seem to show when you deal with media, when you deal with players, when you deal with fans, a perspective that maybe, and I've heard young, athletes or stars say, maybe they didn't have the same perspective when it happens later in life, especially in the entertainment world. There seems to be more gratitude and appreciation when it all happens.
Well, I think I did. I've said this many times. I got this job at a good time in my life. I mean, I was way too combustible, I think, to do this job in my 40s. So I'm kind of glad that I landed in my lap in my 60s. And, and I do. I mean, it's just, you learn to appreciate everything and never take anything for granted and understand that you're never guaranteed tomorrow and sport, life, anything. So just relish each and every day.
Brian Snitker with us live from Toronto, Braves and Blue Jays getting ready for a big weekend series. Got to talk about your team before we play buy or sell. Great perspective you need as well when you lose a couple of frontline starting pitchers in May that we don't know when they're coming back. Talk about those two guys, Kyle Wright, Max Fried, how you adjust, how your coaching staff does, and just something. Listen, the beauty is you've seen it all over the years, and this is no different.
No, and right. It's what you do is adjust, and you have to adjust on the fly. We're dealt a pretty bad hand, but you know what? We're not going to sit and whine about it. Nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Those other 29 teams that you're competing against really could care less, and they're really glad that you don't have two of the better starters in the game. And we lost two really good ones. I mean, just great pitchers, the people, what they bring to this club. But you know what? Yeah, you have to go on, and we're going to do our best internally within the organization, doing what we do. I mean, we're going to remain competitive. We're going to stay right in the thick of this thing. We're going, it's not going to be anything like I say, it's an excuse or anything like that. We'll just have to, reach into the depth that we have in the organization, use the people that we have here, and make this thing work.
What's next for Soroka, Brian, and who's going to throw on Sunday? Do we know yet?
No, we don't right now. You know what? It's literally going to be how we get there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, you have two games to play before Sunday. So we'll just see where we're at come Sunday. I mean, it could be internal. I mean, we have 40 guys on our roster and a lot more in the system. And anybody that's got that Braves on the front of their jersey are going to be susceptible to coming up here and helping out. So we're just right now, the only thing we're concerned about right now is tonight's game. And we got Spencer going, and, we're always excited when he's pitching. But you know what? We'll play this one. We'll play tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll see where we're at.
Brian Snicker with us, getting ready to play buy or sell in about a minute or so. When Alex Anthopoulos tells you about the Sean Murphy trade, how much have you seen or know about a guy who's a catcher in the American League, and then now from spring training to today where he is, number 2 in the MVP race, which is kind of silly this early, but phenomenal start. Take us through, how much you know about guys and then what you've learned about him just managing it for 6 weeks in the bigs.
Well, I didn't know much about him. I remember when we played Oakland, I think it was last year, and I was like, the thing that surprised me also, I said, man, this guy's a monster. Right. I'd heard about him. I didn't know much about him, and we play, we go in, we play 3 games, and we're out. And so, there's so many other things you're zeroed in on. You don't lock in on any particular guy because at the time we played him, him being a part of this organization wasn't even on, wasn't anywhere near to come to fruition. So now having him, getting him in spring training, being around the player, the person, my God, this guy is the real deal, and we're very fortunate to have him. Obviously, knew going in, it was like, we had Travis and we had Sean, and it's like, man, that's a really good pair to have, because if somebody goes down, you got a guy that can shoulder the load, and as Sean already has when Travis went down with the concussion. But my God, he is just such a talent. The big, strong guy that the thing that impresses me, doesn't expend a lot of energy catching for a big man. And that's really good and allows him to be able to play a lot of games in a row. So now having Travis back, we can pick and choose and give him a day off every now and then, and hopefully keep them both really strong and upright throughout the rest of the year.
No doubt. And great to see Travis get back as well. Brian, we're going to play buy or sell. Like I always tell folks, I know you got a World Series ring. You've had an incredible run, and now it's kind of, do you feel like it's the apex for him?
Wow, this is something special, Brian.
Yeah, here we go.
Now it's time for buy or sell on the Steakhouse.
Buy or sell with Sandra and Snit. Brian, buy or sell, the pitch clock is good for baseball. Buy or sell?
Buy.
Yeah, I love it too. Buy it. Yes.
Yes.
Toronto, hold on. Toronto, your favorite Canadian city. Sandra, buy or sell, Toronto's your favorite Canadian city.
It's the only Canadian city I've been to, so yes, I will buy that. Yes.
Snit, buy or sell, Toronto's your favorite.
Oh, I'm buying too for the same reason. And you know what? I really like to spend a little more time here because it seems like it's a great city. We just are in and out so quick. I'd love to, be able to roam this place once.
Yeah.
I spent we've told the story when I was filming for the Food Network. We spent about 6 months there. Phenomenal town, great food, beautiful city, super modern. So, yeah, you got a few days there this weekend if you get a chance, Brian. You can bounce around. Buy or sell, you miss the days when players would go out partying together, be out at bars, restaurants. You just don't see that anymore.
No, I'm selling that. I think it's good. I kind of like that they're not out. It just left confusion for me, and to get those phone calls in the mornings when those things go awry.
Right. Buy or sell, you miss it, Sandra.
I totally miss it. Back in the day when I was traveling with the Braves, boy, if folks had a phone.
So hotel bars were real.
Everywhere we were. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I miss it. Sorry, Brian.
Bye.
Well, you know what? I miss the time. I'm kind of like, I'm glad they're not doing it now.
Right. We totally get it. Yeah.
Buy or sell, Manhattan, the best food city in Major League Baseball. Sandra, buy or sell, Manhattan's the best food city in baseball.
It's got to be. Yes, I'll buy that. Yeah.
Snit, best food city.
I'll buy that too. I mean, every corner you go on, you can't go wrong, quite honestly.
Yeah,
I found some really good Italian restaurants there, just walking up on them, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that. I tell people, go to New York, drive 20 blocks, get out of your cab, walk a half a block. That's the best Italian restaurant in Atlanta.
Exactly
it doesn't
right.
matter where you are, right?
Wait, well, real quick, Brian, when you go out to supper there, who are you generally going with?
You know what? So I take the coaches out. You know what? I carry Eddie Perez along on my staff so he can order the wine.
Oh, good work. Yes.
There you go. He's a designated. Listen, everybody needs to protect their job, right?
No, that's it. Every major league manager's got one. Eddie's mine.
Buy or sell. The Mets are the Braves' biggest rivals. Buy or sell, Snit. Mets are the biggest rival. Buy or sell.
I'm going to sell.
Who do you think it is?
I'll be honest with you. I think everybody's our biggest rival right now with where we're at and what we've done over the last few years.
Sandra, buy or sell?
I hate the Mets.
All right.
Hate them.
Buy or sell, most fun park to play or visit is Fenway or Wrigley. Most fun park. Buy or sell, Snit?
I'm buying. Love them both. I was going to say Wrigley number one.
Okay. Sandy?
Yep, bye.
Buy or sell. Now, this is not an in-game cut, but it's one of my favorite Snit moments of the year. Here's this. Hang on.
Why am I out here?
Yeah. the Kyle Wright post interview when they brought you out there and you go, I don't know what I'm out there.
Yeah.
Buy or sell, in-game manager interviews are a good thing. Buy or sell, Snit?
I'm selling. I think you're just going to get a lot of malarkey from us trying to say the right thing.
I think you are maybe the best at it. And I'm watching a ton of baseball because you're faking it, I tell you, because it sounds like you're very engaged and you like it. So good for you. I like them. I like the interview. Yeah, buy it. Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Stop with all that. Stop with all the malarkey. Buy or sell, Sandy?
I'm older.
Buy or sell, Barry Bonds was the toughest out in baseball over the last 25 years. Barry Bonds. Buy or sell, Snit?
Wow. God, that's a tough one.
He's right there.
I think it's easy to buy. I remember just because, I wasn't here a lot, but I just know being around Bobby and all that. I mean, he dominated a lot of conversation when he was playing.
Buy or sell, Barry Bonds, toughest out in 25 years, Sandra. Buy or
I'm just going to say sell because I don't like him. What about the Tony Gwynns of the world?
Yeah, he's up there.
Yeah. Ronald Acuna Jr. right now.
Right.
Hello.
Yeah. Buy or sell, closer roles does not have to be ninth inning, Snit. Closer roles, buy or sell, does not have to be a ninth inning close.
I'm selling. There's nothing like that guy that can pitch those last 3 outs. I mean, and I've seen that happen. I've done it even, but that's a different animal. And I think to have that bona fide closer, I'm
buy or sell, Sandra. Yeah. Eighth inning can be a closer. Buy or sell.
No, I don't like it. Sell.
Buy or sell, a great breakfast sandwich, Sandra, still matters.
Yes, I love a good breakfast. Yes, buy.
Buy or sell, Snit, a great breakfast sandwich.
Buy. I had one yesterday before we got on the plane to get on Toronto. Absolutely buy.
Where'd you get it from? Was it Goldberg?
It was in the clubhouse. It was the American sandwich.
Oh, nice.
It was eggs, hash browns, and bacon. Yeah. It was like a Permane Brothers.
Oh, there you go. Throwing a little Pittsburgh love. Buy or sell, Sandra, jukeboxes.
A jukebox.
Buy or sell.
That's
old school jukebox.
I'll buy a jukebox. That's fun.
Buy or sell, Snit, jukebox.
I'm buying a jukebox, especially in that diner when you're eating. You put the money in and click the thing. I love it.
Buy or sell, Field of Dreams, better baseball movie.
What are you grinning at, you ghost? If you build it, he will come.
Field of Dreams, better sports movie than Bull Durham, Snit.
Sell. No, it didn't. Bull Durham, all-time favorite.
Bull Durham, number one.
I agree,
Sandra?
sell. Bull Durham is better.
Wow, Field of Dreams getting some shade.
Sorry.
Buy or sell, Chipper Jones could hit 250 this year as a DH. Chipper Jones could hit 250 right now as a DH. Buy or sell, Snit?
Sell. He wouldn't make it. He'd break down after 3 days of batting practice.
Buy or sell, Sandra?
Ask him to look at his left bicep right now.
Yeah.
Oh, is that funny? And I hope he's listening to that. I'm going to sell too because my manager said he's selling.
He just told you can make 3 days
so
of BP.
Funny.
Buy or sell, Miami is the best city to walk, Sandra. Buy or sell, Miami the best because you're walking every day too.
Yeah, I'm going to sell that. It's got to be maybe Chicago. I would think.
Buy or sell, Snit, Miami the best walking city right now.
Sell. I'm with Sandra. I love walking the lake in Chicago.
Yeah, there you go.
Buy or sell, watched a lot of the World Baseball Classic. Brian watched a lot of the World Baseball Classic. Buy or sell?
You know what? I'm by. I ended up watching that. I went home and watched it. I did for the first time I did.
Yeah.
Sandra?
I bought two. I stumbled on it, especially because DeRosa and McCann were there, and all of a sudden I cared.
How about that last at bat snit between Mike Trout and
Shohei Ohtani?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm buying. I stayed up the whole time and fell asleep right before it happened. I couldn't make it.
That's honest.
That's great.
Buy or sell, Ronald Acuna is the most physically gifted player in baseball. Snit, Ronald Acuna.
Kid, I'm way buying. This kid it's amazing watching this young man every day. It's stupid. I'd love to be in that body and play baseball one time to see what it feels like.
Yeah.
Me too, Snit. That's Brian Snicker on the Steakhouse, Mike, earlier today.
Yeah, I just love hearing Snit answer by yourself. Great questions from Stakey and great answers from Snit, and I love it. I agree with almost everything he said, man.
All right, you found the store I was talking about. What was it called, the store that went away?
Okay, it was Federated Electronics.
That was it.
Because we were talking earlier about where you would get your stuff, and I got the Atari. It was called Service Merchandise. And that was like a box store. You just order from the catalog. And I remember going to Dad, that's where Dad got all the hi-fi. That's where the Techniques, turntables, and the speakers the old man had came from Service Merchandise.
All right, we're going to add that to our last call for you to chime in at 404-726-0929. What store was your favorite store that no longer exists?
Right.
Okay? What store was your favorite store that no longer exists? Also, how are you celebrating the most important mother figure in your life this weekend? How are you celebrating her? And we had our old buddy, Darren Eels, in studio with us. He lives across the pond. Mike, where's your favorite place you've traveled outside of the U.S.?
Good stuff. I got a couple for you, yeah.
All right, 404-726-0929. That is tonight's last call.
time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
It's easy, guys. What's your favorite store that no longer exists? That's question one. Number two, how are you celebrating the most important mother figure in your life this weekend? Happy Mother's Day to all the wonderful moms out there. And our old friend Darren Neal stopped by today, Mike. He lives across the pond now. Where's your favorite place you've traveled outside of the U.S.?
Nice. Real quick, I'll go with Tower Records. I could spend hours in Tower Records, old location next to Disco Kroger in Buckhead. Oh, so much fun. My mom's up in heaven with Dad, busting his chops right now, so I will honor the other woman in my life, Aunt Matilda, by ferrying her and the cats from Naples all the way here to Atlanta while she chain smokes Virginia Slims. And then finally, I got to be honest, I've been all over the world, Carl. Singapore is pretty freaking cool.
Okay, awesome.
I mean, Monaco was amazing, but I always traveled following Formula One. But Singapore, pretty amazing spot.
Obviously, overseas, Europe, any spot in Europe. Now, the one place I've not been that I want to go, have you been to Amsterdam?
Yes, I have.
I've not been to Amsterdam.
Back before they cleaned it up.
Well, yeah, I was going to say. As far as mom, yeah, listen, it's all about celebrating my wife. She's a great mom. And the store, you just said it. Growing up as a DJ, there was a store called... what was it called? Warehouse.
Peaches?
No.
I think it was me in Texas.
I'm trying to think of it.
Sam Goody.
Sam Goody was another good one.
Musicland.
Nope.
Sam Ash.
Sam Ash.
Sam Ash was another good one.
Get my drum kit from Sam Ash.
I think it was the Warehouse.
Right.
And it was, I could spend hours in there because they had singles and B-sides and all kinds. It was just awesome. So, all right, Patrick, you're up first on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Patrick, hey, man, talk to us. Last call. What do you think?
Hey, man.
Man, 40 years ago, I was 11 years old, and I still remember the theme song for Lionel Play World. Turn that frown upside down.
Lionel Play World. Good pull.
That is.
Yeah. Best country that I've ever visited. I went on a cruise, and I got to go to Nevis and Nice.
Nice.
That was pretty awesome. And what's the last one? I'm sorry.
Mother's Day. How are you celebrating the mother figure in your life?
Oh, definitely. My mom's still alive, and my ex-wife's still mother of my kids. Unfortunately, my mom was in Florida, so we had to do the Amazon thing and get her a whole bunch of stuff related to my kids. Y'all have a great day, guys. Happy Mother's Day to all mothers out there.
Absolutely. CJ, you're up next. Hey, man, what is it for you, CJ? Store that no longer exists.
I don't know if anybody remembers, but when I was a kid, the store I used to really love was called Richway.
Richway. Was it a food store or was it a department store?
It was a department store.
Okay.
And, I mean, it was several of them. They were prominent in Atlanta back in the day. But Richway was my store growing up, and I was in the military, and I'd say the place I had the most fun at was probably Yokosuka. It was kind of wild because you go in and it's an American song being played in the club and everybody's singing it, but when the song goes off, nobody speaks English.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right on.
That's crazy. How you celebrating?
And as far as with my mom, I have two brothers, and she just asked for all three of us to be with her on Mother's Day. So that's,
that's beautiful,
Good
man.
job. The typical, normal, Mother's Day gifts and stuff like that.
Hey, man, enjoy it. All right. Appreciate you listening to Dukes and Bell and Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Last but not least, Sweet, talk to us. Hey, man.
Hey, man. My mom, she passed away 19 years ago, a couple of days ago, so I'm still close to her. I hate it when Mike Bell usurps me. Singapore, really big with me, and also Penang up in Malaysia.
Right.
And as far as stores, there was something called Fedco. There was a Bullocks Wilshire in Los Angeles and a May Company, and those are the ones I miss a lot.
Nice.
Love your show, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thanks,
brother. Good stuff.
I remember Fedco.
Lake Como, by the way, in northern Italy is also up there. That's the one the wife loves, but it's all good. Johnny, what's your favorite old school store? Not there no more.
Camelot Music.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I worked at the Camelot Music and Countryside Mall in Clearwater, Florida one summer.
Do you know that Camelot Music was started by a guy in my hometown of Canton, Ohio? He sold records out of the back of his Camaro.
No kidding.
To get started.
And that's how it started.
Yeah, and he started Camelot Music. Very
cool.
Yes.
Yeah, it was big until this digital thing happened.
It was, yeah. All those stores with Turtles
It's
and all
true.
those stores.
Remember Tower Records in Bucket? You could listen to the music with the headphones on, pick the tune before you buy it. Imagine that.
I got to tell you what I missed, and this states me, but long box CDs.
Oh, wow, yes.
Right? When they first came out.
Right.
Oh,
so you couldn't steal them.
Yeah. But I mean, like Bruce Springsteen had that collection that they came out with, and a lot of these guys had 4 CD, like a 4 CD collection. Like Prince's is like a 4 CD collection of his greatest hits.
Yeah, that was great stuff.
Crazy.
What do you got coming up tonight, man?
We are going to talk to our friend of the show, Tori McElhaney, review kind of the Falcons' schedule. We're also going to talk
the Red Stallions?
Oh yes, the Red Stallions.
Red Stallions.
Yes. That was fantastic. That Tennessee just nailed it. We'll talk to Alan Judd tonight. So we had him on a few weeks ago, the investigative reporter from the AJC. Now we know that there's a lawsuit against the University of Georgia and Jalen Carter for $40 million. Devin Whitlock's father is coming after them, and he also, with Chandler LaCroix being named in the as a defendant in the lawsuit as well. We'll kind of get what his thoughts are about all that. There's a
And the burden of proof is much lower in a civil suit, as we know.
Absolutely.
So
and this was always going to happen. And, now we're learning that Jalen Carter had a suspended license and all that. Whole thing's a mess.
It's not a good look.
Nope.
It's not a good look.
Whole thing's a mess.
And I say this not to bang on him, but all the stuff we talked about before the draft, and when I was saying this is why they're not taking him, this is why they weren't taking him.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yep. Not his play on the field, but everything else.
All right, good stuff, John. Stay right there. John Chuckery's coming up. Let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, thanks to Gonzalo Pineda from Atlanta United. They will play Saturday, 7 o'clock pregame. Kicks at 7:30 right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Our old buddy Darren Eels. Guys, that's going to be on Amazon Prime. They're doing a documentary on Newcastle, so the cameras are following him around. And they got us all in studio and talking to him and about a bunch of different stuff. We will tell you when it comes out, but we think midsummer. They've been following him around since January. This was to promote what's going to happen with the matches with Chelsea, Mike, and Newcastle coming to town in July. So, Darren, thanks again for hanging out with us. Grant McCauley as well, guys. Monday, we're back. Another big show as another big week starts. Falcons rookies working out. We'll have more info and more to come coming up on Monday about that. We heard from Bijan Robinson today as well. He sounds like he's excited about all the things that they're going to be trying to do with him. Can't wait to see what that looks like. Hey, behind the glass, Big Bo and Day Day, thank you guys engineering the show. Turtle, our executive producer, Mike Bell. Let's get our weekend started.
Yeah.
Clear your throat.
Hey, man, you just mentioned Darren Eels stopping by, which brings us back to those heady days, man. 2017 at Bobby Dodd Stadium before the stadium was ready. Mercedes-Benz, the team that was most exciting squad in all of MLS. And it seems like Garth Lagerwey's trying to get back there. We captured some of that the first few weeks of this MLS season under Pineda. We were rolling. We had the manager on earlier today. Gonzalo said it's not about getting the ball to the front. It's then finishing at the front. Hopefully with Yorgos coming back and being healthy, we can get back to some of those fireworks that have really been missing for Atlanta United.
If you want to get better defensively, you go get better defensive players. Landry Fields. Psst. The Suns can't pay everybody, and they're ready to move on from Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton. They're out of the playoffs. DeAndre Ayton is an 18-10 guy. That's 18 points, 10 rebounds, but he's better defensively than Capella or anybody else we're running out there right now. If you want to go get better defensively, might want to make a phone call because the Suns will look completely different at the start of next season. Hey, happy Mother's Day to all the wonderful mothers out there, and enjoy Mom if she's around. Trust me. If you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you're looking for a counter at Woolworths.
Sports Radio 92.9